Today, I've prepared the biography of Walt Disney. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you rest your head on your pillow and let your body sink into the mattress, allow me to take you on a gentle journey through the life of a man who created magic and wonder, Walt Disney, a dreamer who transformed simple drawings into a world of imagination that continues to comfort and inspire us all. His story begins in a modest household in Chicago, where a young boy with a pencil first discovered his love for creating characters that would one day bring joy to millions. Let your breathing slow as we explore the remarkable path of this visionary, whose name became synonymous with childhood wonder and timeless storytelling. Close your eyes now and drift with me into the heartwarming tale of Walt Disney. In the quiet stillness of a winter evening, on December 5, 1901, a baby boy named Walter Elias Disney came into the world in a modest two-story cottage on the northwest side of Chicago, Illinois. The soft glow of oil lamps likely illuminated the room as Alora and Elias Disney welcomed their fourth son into their growing family. Outside, the world was changing, entering a new century filled with possibilities, though the Disney family lived simply, unaware of how this small child would one day transform entertainment forever. Elias Disney, Walt's father, was a hardworking man with calloused hands and firm principles. Born to Irish-Canadian immigrants, he had moved from place to place seeking steady work as a carpenter and building contractor. His manner was often stern, shaped by his own difficult upbringing and the Protestant work ethic that guided his life. Despite his sometimes rigid demeanor, he instilled in young Walt the importance of honesty and perseverance, qualities that would serve the boy throughout his life. Flora Call Disney, Walt's mother, brought a gentle balance to the household. Her soft voice and nurturing nature created a warm haven for her children amid their father's strictness of German-American descent. Flora had been a school teacher before marriage, and she quietly encouraged her children's education and creativity. In the evenings, as the family gathered around after supper, she would sometimes read stories aloud, planting seeds of imagination in young Walt's receptive mind. The Disney household included Walt's three older brothers, Herbert, Raymond, and Roy, and would later welcome his younger sister, Ruth. Roy, in particular, would become an important figure in Walt's life, forming a bond that would extend far beyond childhood into their professional lives. The brothers shared not only a bedroom, but also the everyday adventures that shape childhood memories, catching fireflies in jars on summer evenings, listening to the rhythmic sound of rain on the roof, and discovering the world around them with wide-eyed wonder. In his Disney theme parks. Imagine the little boy's delight as the train carried them through the countryside, steam billowing past the windows. The landscape gradually changing from urban streets to rolling farmland. The farm sat on the gentle slopes of rural Missouri, where tall grasses swayed in the summer breeze and ancient oak trees provided dappled shade from the midday sun. In Marceline, young Walt discovered the pastoral rhythms of farm life that would forever shape his perception of an ideal American childhood. Mornings began with the distant crowing of roosters and the soft lowing of cattle. Dewdrops glistened on spider webs stretched between fence posts as Walt helped with morning chores, his small hands learning to collect eggs from beneath warm, feathered hens, or to carry water to thirsty animals. It was here, on the farm, that Walt first developed his deep connection with animals. He would spend hours observing the behaviors of squirrels darting among tree branches, rabbits nibbling clover in the fields, and birds building nests in springtime. He befriended the farm animals, giving them names and personalities, perhaps the first characters in his lifelong story of animation. One special pig became a particular favorite, and Walt would later recall how he would sit beside the animal, talking to it as if it could understand every word, sharing his childhood dreams and observations. The changing seasons brought their own gentle education. Spring meant helping his father plant the garden, pressing small seeds into the freshly turned soil, and watching with amazement as green shoots eventually emerged. Summer brought the freedom to explore the countryside, wading in cool streams and gathering wild berries that stained his fingers purple. Autumn painted the Missouri landscape in rich golds and reds, while winter wrapped the farm in a blanket of pristine snow, transforming familiar places into magical new worlds. During these formative years, Walt began to show early signs of the artistic talent that would define his future. Using simple sticks of charcoal from the fireplace, he would sketch on any available surface, scraps of paper, the sides of the barn, even the walls of the house, much to his father's dismay. His subjects were often the animals around him, captured with a remarkable attention to their movement and expression that belied his young age. The local doctor, impressed by Walt's drawings, occasionally gave him real drawing paper, a precious commodity for a farm boy. Walt would carefully store these treasures, using them only for his most special creations. The doctor's small kindness was one of many moments when Walt's talent was recognized and encouraged by those outside his immediate family, gentle nudges toward the path he would eventually follow. School in Marceline was a one-room schoolhouse where children of all ages learned together under the guidance of a single teacher. The wooden floors creaked underfoot, and the pot-bellied stove in the center of the room provided warmth during cold Missouri winters. Here, Walt was an average student in most subjects, but shone when given opportunities to draw or tell stories. His classmates would gather around, watching in quiet awe as characters seemed to emerge from his pencil. As if by magic, the town itself became a canvas for for Walt's growing imagination. The small but bustling main street featured a bank, a general store, a barber shop, and a railroad station, all establishments that would later be immortalized in his vision of an idealized American town. The steam locomotives that regularly passed through Marceline particularly captivated young Walt. He would sit for hours near the tracks, feeling the ground rumble beneath him as the massive iron engines approached, their whistles echoing across the countryside, trailing plumes of white smoke against the blue Missouri sky. When Walt was 9 years old, his father's health began to decline, and the demands of farm life became too difficult for the family to maintain. With reluctance, they sold the farm and moved to Kansas City, Missouri, leaving behind the pastoral idyll that had so shaped Walt's early childhood. The transition from rural to urban life was not easy for the young boy, who had grown accustomed to open spaces and the natural world as his playground. In Kansas City, the Disney family settled into a modest house, and Elias established a paper route for the Kansas City Star. Walt and his brother Roy were expected to help deliver papers, regardless of weather conditions. Imagine the young boy rising before dawn, the house still dark and quiet, pulling on his clothes with hands stiff from sleep. Outside, the streets might be covered in fresh snow or slick with rain, but the papers had to be delivered. Walt would fold each newspaper with care, tuck them into his canvas bag, and set out on his route while most of the neighborhood still slumbered. These early morning journeys through sleeping neighborhoods developed in Walt a strong work ethic, but also afforded him time for daydreaming. As he moved from house to house in the pre-dawn light, his mind would wander, creating stories and characters inspired by the comics he found in the newspapers he delivered. The Kansas City Star featured popular comic strips of the era, simple sequential art that told stories through pictures and words, a format that would later influence Walt's approach to animation. School in Kansas City presented new challenges and opportunities. The classroom was larger, the curriculum more structured, and the social dynamics more complex than in small-town Marceline. Walt's artistic abilities continued to set him apart, though not always in ways that endeared him to his teachers. He often doodled in the margins of his school books, or became so absorbed in drawing that he missed the lesson being taught. One understanding teacher, however, recognized his talent and encouraged him to create illustrations for school events and publications, providing an early audience for his work. During these formative years, Walt discovered the magic of motion pictures. Kansas City in the 1910s had several movie theaters where, for a few cents, one could escape into new worlds projected on a silver screen. When Walt could spare the money from his paper route earnings, he would slip into the darkness of these theaters, mesmerized by the flickering images, comedies featuring Charlie Chaplin, dramatic serials with daring heroes, and animated shorts that particularly captured his imagination. The idea that drawings could be made to move, to come alive, planted a seed that would germinate throughout his adolescence. At home, the Disney family faced ongoing financial struggles. Elia's stern management of the household finances meant that luxuries were few, and each child was expected to contribute to the family's income. Walt's earnings from the paper route went directly to his father, with only a small allowance returned to him. This arrangement sometimes created tension, especially as Walt grew older and began to desire more independence. Despite the challenges, these were also years of discovery and growth. Walt developed a love for performance and storytelling, participating in school plays and entertaining friends with elaborate tales. He began to experiment with a simple camera, capturing still images that he would arrange in sequence to suggest movement. He read voraciously when time permitted, losing himself in the adventures of Mark Twain's characters, or the frontier tales of James Fenimore Cooper, stories that expanded his understanding of narrative and character. As World War I spread across Europe, its effects reached even into the lives of American children. Walt, like many boys his age, was caught up in patriotic fervor, collecting newspaper headlines about the conflict and drawing pictures of brave soldiers. Though too young to enlist when America entered the war in 1917, the global conflict nevertheless shaped his worldview and heightened his awareness of life beyond Kansas City. When Walt was 16, the family moved once again, this time returning to Chicago. Walt enrolled in McKinley High School and took night classes at the Chicago Academy of Fine Arts, where he received his first formal artistic training. The instructor, a gentle man with decades of experience, recognized Walt's natural talent, but also helped him understand the fundamentals of composition, perspective, and figure drawing skills that would prove invaluable in his later career. During this time, Walt also became the cartoonist for his high school newspaper, creating characters and comics that amused his classmates. His drawings showed increasing sophistication, with more attention to detail and expression, though they still maintained a charm and accessibility that would become hallmarks of his later work. The year 1918 brought both the end of World War I and a turning point in Walt's young life. Eager to participate in the war effort despite his youth, he dropped out of high school and, with his parents' reluctant permission, joined the Red Cross Ambulance Corps. After a brief training period, he was sent not to the European front, as he had hoped. The armistice had already been signed, but to France as part of the post-war recovery effort. Imagine the 17-year-old Walt crossing the Atlantic, the vast ocean stretching endlessly around the transport ship, his mind filled with both apprehension and excitement. The France he encountered was a country healing from the wounds of war. Villages lay in ruins, Fields were scarred by trenches and shell craters, and the people carried the weight of their losses in their eyes. For a boy from the American Midwest, it was an education in the broader human experience, in suffering and resilience. Walt's duties included driving an ambulance, delivering supplies, and sometimes simply providing a friendly American presence in communities rebuilding their lives. During quiet moments, he continued to draw, capturing the French countryside, the ancient villages with their stone churches, and the people he met along the way. His ambulance itself became a canvas, as he covered it with cartoons and characters that made children smile as he drove through their towns. After nearly a year abroad, Walt returned to America in 1919, forever changed by his experiences. He had left as a boy and returned as a young man with a broader perspective and a clearer sense of purpose. The dreams of childhood had begun to crystallize into ambitions, and the path ahead, though still uncertain, was illuminated by his growing confidence in his artistic abilities. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet township of Chicago, on a crisp December day in 1901, a baby boy named Walter Elias Disney entered the world, his tiny hands destined to create magic that would enchant generations. The story of Walt Disney begins not with castles or talking mice, but with the gentle unfolding of a family tapestry woven across continents and generations. A tapestry rich with threads of resilience, creativity, and unwavering determination. Walt's father, Elias Disney, was born in the rural landscape of Ontario, Canada, to Irish immigrants Keppel Disney and Mary Richardson. The Disney name itself carries a fascinating history, having evolved from the original French Dissigny, speaking to ancestors who once called the Normandy region of France their home. These distant relatives had crossed the English Channel centuries before, bringing with them traditions and stories that would eventually find their way into the imagination of their descendant. Elias was a man of strong convictions and stronger work ethic, traits that would later both inspire and challenge young Walt. He moved his family frequently in search of better opportunities, his restless spirit seeking to provide for his growing household, in his theme parks. Walt's mother, Flora Call Disney, brought her own rich heritage to the family story. Her ancestors had journeyed from Germany, settling in America, and bringing with them the traditions of the old country, folk tales, music, and a certain meticulous attention to detail that would later become a hallmark of her son's work. Flora was the gentle counterbalance to Elias' stern nature, nurturing her children's creativity while respecting her husband's pragmatic approach to life. In the soft lamplight of their modest home, Flora would often read to her children from books of fairy tales and fables, her voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the stories, painting pictures in the minds of her young listeners. These quiet evenings, with the family gathered close, while the world outside grew dark planted seeds of storytelling in Walt that would eventually bloom into extraordinary creations. The Disney household was a busy one, filled with the sounds and movements of 5 children: Herbert, Raymond, Roy, Walt, and Ruth. As the 4th son, Walt found himself in that interesting middle position, not the eldest with its responsibilities, nor the youngest with its privileges. This place in the family constellation perhaps contributed to his unique perspective, allowing him to observe both his older siblings' experiences and the special attention given to his younger sister. Roy Disney, just 7 years Walt's senior, would become not just a brother, but a lifelong business partner and steadfast supporter. Their bond transcended the usual sibling relationship, evolving into a complementary partnership where Walt's boundless creativity found grounding in Roy's financial acumen and practical wisdom. Throughout their lives, they would balance each other, Walt reaching for stars, while Roy ensured they had solid footing from which to reach. The Disney family's move to Marceline when Walt was 4 years old marked the beginning of what he would later call the most formative years of his life. This small railway town, with its wide main street lined with shops, its surrounding farms with barns and animals, and its community of hardworking, straightforward people, imprinted itself deeply on Walt's consciousness. Here, young Walt first encountered the rhythms of rural America that would later infuse his work with nostalgia and warmth. On the family farm in Marceline, Walt developed his connection to animals, spending hours observing their movements and personalities. He would sketch the farm animals: chickens scratching in the yard, pigs wallowing contentedly, horses with their expressive eyes, developing both his artistic skills and his remarkable ability to infuse animal characters with human-like qualities and emotions, a talent that would later enchant millions. Family lore tells of Walt's first paid artistic commission during these Marceline days. A neighboring farmer, Dr. Sherwood, asked the young boy to draw his horse. Pleased with the result, he gave Walt a shiny coin, a moment that illuminated a possibility in the child's mind, that one could make a living by creating art. This simple exchange planted a seed of possibility that would grow throughout Walt's life. The Disney family's time in Marceline was relatively brief, just a few years before financial difficulties forced another move. But its impact on Walt was eternal. Throughout his life, he would return to these memories, drawing from them a vision of America that was perhaps more idealized than real, but nonetheless powerful in its emotional resonance. When the family relocated to Kansas City, the gentle rhythms of farm life gave way to the more demanding pace of the city. Here, Elias purchased a newspaper delivery route, and young Walt and his brother Roy were enlisted to help. Rising before dawn in all seasons, the boys would deliver papers in darkness, often in challenging weather, before heading to school. These early mornings taught Walt about responsibility and perseverance, though they also deprived him of the carefree childhood enjoyed by many of his peers during these Kansas City years. Walt's exposure to entertainment expanded. He discovered the wonder of early cinema, spending precious coins to see moving pictures that transported him beyond his daily responsibilities. He also developed an appreciation for vaudeville shows, with their variety of acts and their ability to evoke emotional responses from audiences. These experiences were quietly shaping his understanding of what entertains, what moves people, and how stories can be told visually. The Disney family heritage included a tradition of storytelling that stretched back generations. From his Irish ancestors came tales of fairies and folklore, stories told around hearths on cold evenings, where the boundary between the everyday world and the magical one seemed delightfully permeable. His mother's German heritage contributed its own rich tradition of fairy tales, not the sanitized versions we often know today, but the original stories with their darker elements and moral complexities. Walt absorbed these cultural influences, along with distinctly American tall tales and frontier stories that celebrated ingenuity and optimism. This multicultural story heritage would later inform his approach to animation, as he drew from various traditions to create works that felt both familiar and fresh, rooted in tradition, yet uniquely his own. Family gatherings in the Disney household, though not lavish, were warm affairs where traditions were maintained and passed down. Holidays were marked with special meals prepared according to recipes that had traveled across oceans and generations. Christmas brought simple but meaningful gifts, often handmade, and Easter was celebrated with traditions that reflected the family's Christian faith. These rhythms of family life provided stability amid the frequent moves and financial uncertainties. Music was another important element of the Disney family culture. Elias had played fiddle in his younger days, and though his religious convictions later led him to set aside this frivolous pursuit, the appreciation for music remained in the household. Walt developed an ear for the folk songs, hymns, and popular tunes of the era, an appreciation that would later influence his insistence on the importance of music in his animated features. As Walt entered adolescence, world events intervened in the family narrative. The outbreak of World War I created both challenges and opportunities. Roy enlisted in the Navy, and Walt, though too young for military service, was determined to participate in some way. This determination led to a creative solution, altering his birth date on documents to appear old enough to join the Red Cross Ambulance Corps. Imagine the 17-year-old Walt crossing the Atlantic, the vast ocean stretching endlessly around the transport ship, his mind filled with both apprehension and excitement. The France he encountered was a country healing from the wounds of war. Villages lay in ruins, fields were scarred by trenches, and shell craters, and the people carried the weight of their losses in their eyes. For a boy from the American Midwest, it was an education in the broader human experience, in suffering and resilience. Walt's duties included driving an ambulance, delivering supplies, and sometimes simply providing a friendly American presence in communities rebuilding their lives. During quiet moments, he continued to draw, capturing the French countryside, the ancient villages with their stone churches, and the people he met along the way. His ambulance itself became a canvas, as he covered it with cartoons and characters that made children smile as he drove through their towns. After nearly a year abroad, Walt returned to America in 1919, forever changed by his experiences. He had left as a boy and returned as a young man with a broader perspective and a clearer sense of purpose. The dreams of childhood had begun to crystallize into ambitions, and the path ahead, though still uncertain, was illuminated by his growing confidence in his artistic abilities. The Disney family story continued to unfold in new directions as Walt sought to establish himself professionally. His relationship with his father remained complex. Elias respected hard work, but was skeptical of artistic pursuits as a viable career path. This tension between practical concerns and creative aspirations was one Walt would navigate throughout his early career, perhaps contributing to his later remarkable ability to balance artistic vision with business acumen. When Walt established his first animation studio in Kansas City, it was his brother Roy who provided not just financial support, but emotional ballast. Their partnership reflected the complementary strengths they had developed within their family dynamic. Walt the dreamer and Roy the pragmatist, each respecting what the other brought to their shared endeavors. As Walt's professional life began to flourish, he started his own family branch of the Disney tree. His marriage to Lillian Bounds, a young woman who worked as an inker at his studio, added new dimensions to his life and work. Lillian brought her own family traditions into their home, and together they created a blend of old and new customs. She became not just a wife, but a trusted advisor whose opinions Walt valued, particularly when it came to how his work might be received by audiences. The arrival of their daughters, Diane and Sharon, completed their family circle. Walt, whose own childhood had been marked by work and responsibility from an early age, was determined to create a different experience for his daughters. He was a playful, engaged father who delighted in their wonder and curiosity. Many who knew the family noted that Walt's understanding of what delights children was informed by his close observation of his own daughters' responses to stories, characters, and experiences. The Disney family history is not just a chronology of births, moves, and career milestones, but a narrative of how cultural influences, personal experiences, and family dynamics shape an individual's worldview and creative expression. Walt's work with its emphasis on family, its belief in the power of imagination, its blend of nostalgia and innovation, and its fundamentally optimistic outlook reflects the complex interweaving of his ancestral heritage, his childhood experiences, and the family values instilled in him. As the years passed, the Disney family legacy expanded beyond blood relations to include the creative family Walt built around him. Artists, storytellers, and visionaries who shared his commitment to excellence and imagination. This extended family carried forward the traditions of storytelling, innovation, and belief in dreams that had been passed down through generations of Disneys. The story of Walt Disney's family is, in many ways, an American story, one of immigration and reinvention, of hardship and perseverance, of dreams deferred and ultimately realized. It reminds us that behind the iconic name and the global entertainment empire lies a human story of a family whose journey across generations and continents created the conditions for one remarkable individual to change how we experience stories, how we imagine possibilities, and how we share our collective dreams. And now, as you drift toward sleep, perhaps you'll carry with you images of a young boy sketching farm animals in Marceline, of brothers delivering newspapers in the pre-dawn darkness, of fairy tales told by lamplight, of an ambulance decorated with cheerful cartoons rolling through war-torn France, of a family whose story continues to unfold through the magic they helped create in our world. Let these gentle thoughts accompany you into your dreams, where, as Walt himself might say, anything is possible. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next in the soft glow of the late 19th century, in a world that moved at the pace of horse-drawn carriages and steam locomotives. Walter Elias Disney began his journey, born on December 5, 1901, in the humble neighborhood of Hermosa in Chicago, Illinois. Little Walt entered a world that would seem remarkably quiet to our modern ears. The gentle clip-clop of horses' hooves on cobblestone streets provided a soothing rhythm to daily life, a natural metronome marking the unhurried passage of time. The Disney family home in Chicago was a modest wooden structure, the kind that characterized working-class neighborhoods of the era. Inside, the warm amber light of oil lamps cast soft shadows across simple furnishings, the house filled with the comforting aromas of home-cooked meals prepared by Flora Disney, Walt's mother, whose loving hands created nourishing stews and fresh-baked bread that would perfume the entire home with their inviting fragrance. The walls of their Chicago home were never particularly thick, allowing the gentle murmur of conversation to drift between rooms like a lullaby. The deep timbre of Elias Disney's voice, Walt's father, mixing with the higher, melodic tones of his mother and the playful chatter of his siblings. The home was alive with the soft creaking of wooden floorboards, the distant ticking of a clock, and the occasional whistle of wind. finding its way through window frames during Chicago's famously cold winters. Outside, the neighborhood hummed with the quiet industry of working families. Neighbors exchanged unhurried greetings as they swept their porches or tended to small garden patches. Children's laughter floated through the air as they played simple games in the street, their voices rising and falling like birdsong. The distant church bells rang out the hours, their resonant tones spreading across the neighborhood like ripples on a still pond. Chicago itself was a city of contrasts, with its bustling downtown and quieter residential areas. The Disney family lived far enough from the city center that the constant industrial clamor faded to a distant hum, yet close enough that the soft glow of city lights could be seen illuminating the night sky, like earthbound stars guiding dreamers home. When Walt was just 4 years old, the Disney family made a significant change, moving from the urban landscape of Chicago to the tranquil countryside of Marceline, Missouri. This transition would prove profoundly influential in shaping young Walt's sensibilities and imagination. The family traveled by train, the rhythmic clickety-clack of wheels on tracks lulling young Walt into contemplation as he watched the urban landscape gradually give way to rolling farmland and open skies. Marceline was a small farming community, a place where time seemed to flow as lazily as the nearby streams. The Disney farm sat on the gentle slopes of the Missouri countryside, 40 acres of soft, undulating land that changed with the seasons. In spring, the land awakened with the tender green of new growth and the delicate perfume of wildflowers. Summer brought fields of golden wheat swaying hypnotically in the warm breeze, creating waves across the landscape that mimicked the gentle motion of the ocean. The Disney farmhouse in Marceline was a 2-story white wooden structure with a welcoming front porch where the family would gather in the evenings. The porch swing creaked soothingly as it swayed back and forth, a comforting sound that blended with the evening chorus of crickets and the distant lowing of cattle being brought in from pasture. From this vantage point, young Walt could watch the sun setting over the Missouri countryside, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds before surrendering to the deep blue of night. The interior of the farmhouse was simple but comfortable, with rooms warmed by wood-burning stoves in winter. The soft crackling of burning logs provided a gentle soundtrack to family evenings spent together, while the dancing flames cast warm, flickering light across the walls. The house was filled with the reassuring sounds of domestic life, the rhythmic ticking of the kitchen clock, the soft rustling of pages as someone read by lamplight, the muffled sounds of conversation, and occasionally laughter that bubbled up like a clear spring. Walt shared a bedroom with his brother Roy, the 2 boys falling asleep to the soothing sounds of the countryside at night, the distant hooting of owls, the whisper of wind through the trees, and sometimes, during summer thunderstorms, the gentle patter of rain on the roof overhead, nature's own lullaby drawing them into dreams. The farm itself was a sensory wonderland for a young boy. Walt would wander through the barn, where the sweet smell of hay mingled with the earthy scent of livestock. The barn was a cathedral of filtered light, dust motes dancing in the golden beams that streamed through cracks in the wooden walls, the soft nickering of horses, and the contented clucking of chickens created a peaceful barnyard symphony. In the fields, Walt discovered the pleasure of lying in tall grass, feeling the tickle of blades against his skin while gazing up at cloud formations drifting lazily across the vast Missouri sky. He learned to recognize the different songs of birds, the cheerful trill of robins announcing morning, the melodic warbling of meadowlarks in the afternoon, and the haunting calls of whippoorwills as evening approached. The orchard on the Disney farm offered seasonal delights, the delicate fragrance of apple blossoms in spring, promising the sweet bounty that would come with autumn. In fall, Walt and his siblings would help harvest the ripe fruit, the satisfying weight of apples filling their baskets as the crisp, sweet scent filled the air around them. A small creek meandered through the property, its gentle gurgling a constant companion during Walt's explorations. In summer, he would wade in the cool, clear water, feeling the smooth stones beneath his feet and watching minnows dart between patches of sunlight on the creek bed. In winter, the same creek would sometimes freeze over, transforming into a glittering ribbon of ice that captured the pale winter sunlight like countless tiny diamonds. The changing seasons in Marceline brought their own rhythms and sensations. Spring arrived with soft rains that released the earthy perfume of soil awakening after winter's rest. Summer days stretched long and languorous, filled with the drowsy buzzing of bees among wildflowers and the distant rumble of occasional thunderstorms rolling across the plains. Autumn painted the landscape in warm hues of amber, russet, and gold, while the air grew crisp and carried the smoky scent of burning leaves. Winter brought a hushed quality to the farm, as snow blanketed the fields in pristine white, muffling sounds and transforming familiar landscapes into something magical and new. The social environment of Marceline was as nurturing as its natural setting. It was a close-knit community where neighbors knew one another by name and looked after each other's well-being. The town's main street, which would later inspire Disneyland's famous thoroughfare, was lined with small shops where proprietors greeted customers warmly. The general store, with its wooden floors that creaked pleasantly underfoot, offered a treasure trove of sights and smells: barrels of crackers, glass jars filled with colorful candy, the mingled aromas of coffee beans, spices, and leather goods. The town's small schoolhouse brought children from surrounding farms together. Inside its walls, the scratch of chalk on blackboards and the soft rustling of pages turning created a gentle backdrop to learning. At recess, the schoolyard filled with the sounds of children's games, the rhythmic chanting of jump rope rhymes, The excited shouts during games of tag, the triumphant cheers, and good-natured groans during impromptu baseball games. Sundays in Marceline centered around the local church, where families gathered in their best clothes. The resonant tones of the church organ filled the sanctuary, while sunlight streamed through simple stained glass windows, casting pools of colored light across wooden pews polished smooth by generations of worshipers. After services, families would often share meals together, the church hall filled with the murmur of conversation and the clinking of silverware against plates. Community gatherings punctuated the calendar year. Summer picnics, where checkered blankets dotted the town green, harvest festivals celebrating the bounty of the land, and holiday celebrations that brought neighbors together in shared traditions. These events were characterized by the unhurried pace of rural life, where there was always time for conversation, for listening to a neighbor's story, for watching children play, while adults exchanged news and recipes. For young Walt, the Marceline years were formative, imprinting on his developing mind a sense of community, the beauty of natural landscapes, and the rhythms of rural American life that would later influence his creative vision. The small-town values of hard work, neighborliness, and simple pleasures became part of his worldview, while the visual richness of farm life, from barnyard animals to changing seasons, provided his first drawing subjects. After approximately 5 years in this idyllic setting, economic difficulties forced the Disney family to move once again, this time to Kansas City, Missouri. The transition from rural tranquility to urban energy marked another significant shift in Walt's environmental influences. Kansas City in the 1910s was a growing metropolis, filled with the sounds and sights of a city embracing the new century. The Disney family settled in a modest neighborhood where houses stood closer together than on the farm, creating a different kind of community. Their new home was still filled with familiar family sounds, but now these mingled with the urban symphony outside. The rumble of early automobiles competing with horse-drawn carriages, the distant whistles of factories calling workers to their shifts, the calls of street vendors selling their wares, and the cheerful greetings of neighbors passing on narrower sidewalks. The streets of Kansas City offered a sensory tapestry, different from, but equally rich as Marceline's natural landscapes. Gas lamps illuminated evening streets with a warm, golden glow, casting long shadows that danced as people walked past. Trolley cars moved along fixed tracks, their bells clanging melodiously to announce their approach. The air carried a complex blend of aromas, the yeasty smell of bakeries, the metallic tang from machine shops, the earthy scent of horses, still common on city streets, and occasionally the enticing fragrance of roasting chestnuts or popcorn from street vendors' carts. For Walt and his brother Roy, Kansas City introduced new responsibilities. The boys began delivering newspapers for the Kansas City Star, rising before dawn, when the city was still wrapped in pre-dawn stillness. In these quiet hours, the brothers would move through neighborhoods where most windows remained dark. The soft thump of newspapers landing on porches, the only sound disturbing the early morning calm. As they worked, they would witness the city awakening. Bakers already at work, with the warm glow of ovens visible through shop windows. Factory workers trudging sleepily to early shifts. And gradually, lights appearing in home windows as families began their days. The Disney home in Kansas City became a place of industry and creativity. Disney's strict work ethic meant that household tasks were approached with diligence and care. The rhythmic sounds of domestic work, the scrubbing of laundry, the sweeping of floors, the chopping of vegetables for evening meals, created a backdrop to family life. Yet within this structured environment, Walt found spaces for imagination, often drawing at the kitchen table while his mother prepared meals. The scratch of his pencil on paper, blending with the gentle sounds of her cooking. School in Kansas City exposed Walt to a wider variety of people and ideas than he had encountered in Marceline. The larger classrooms hummed with the energy of more students, while the curriculum introduced concepts that expanded his understanding of the world beyond his immediate experience. The school building itself, larger and more institutional than Marceline's small schoolhouse, echoed with footsteps in long corridors and the synchronized sounds of multiple classes reciting lessons. The city offered cultural experiences unavailable in rural Missouri. Walt discovered the magic of motion pictures in Kansas City theaters, where the flicker of early films projected on screens in darkened rooms transported audiences to other worlds. The musical accompaniment, often a single piano player whose melodies rose and fell with the action on screen, added emotional depth to these visual stories. These early cinematic experiences planted seeds that would later bloom into Walt's own filmmaking career. As you drift towards sleep, imagine young Walt moving through these formative environments, from the gentle rhythms of farm life in Marceline to the more urgent tempo of Kansas City streets. Picture him absorbing these experiences like a sponge, his creative mind cataloging sights, sounds, and sensations that would later inform his artistic vision. The physical spaces of his childhood, the open Missouri skies, the cozy farmhouse kitchen, the bustling city streets, became the foundation upon which he would build worlds of imagination that continue to comfort and inspire generations of dreamers. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. In Kansas City, Walt's educational journey continued to unfold like a gentle stream finding its path. The park school, where he attended classes, stood as a brick sentinel of learning on the corner of a tree-lined street. Here, within walls that had witnessed generations of children grow, Walt found himself drawn to art classes that offered respite from more rigid subjects. His teachers, noticing the careful way his pencil moved across paper, often paused beside his desk, their shadows falling across sketches that already showed remarkable promise. One particular teacher, Mr. Cochran, spoke with a soft, measured cadence that made even mathematics seem like poetry. He recognized something special in Walt's artistic inclinations and quietly arranged for him to receive additional art supplies, treasured pencils, and quality paper that felt smooth beneath eager fingers during lunch breaks, when other children spilled onto the playground with boundless energy. Walt sometimes remained at his desk, lost in the meditative act of drawing scenes from memory. The curve of his mother's smile, the patient eyes of farm animals from Marceline, the way sunlight filtered through leaves at home in the evenings. Walt's education continued in less formal but equally important ways. His father, Elias, though stern in many respects, maintained a modest collection of books that Walt explored during quiet winter evenings. The family's copy of Peter Pan became particularly worn at the binding from Walt's repeated readings. The story of the boy who never grew up and his magical adventures resonated deeply with Walt, whose imagination similarly refused the constraints of ordinary life. The soft lamplight would cast a golden glow across the pages as Walt lost himself in these stories, the house growing quiet around him as others drifted to sleep. When Walt turned 14, his educational path took a new direction. He enrolled in Saturday classes at the Kansas City Art Institute, traveling across town on streetcars that swayed rhythmically along their tracks. The institute occupied a stately building with tall windows that welcomed northern light. The kind painters have always treasured for its clarity and consistency. Here, among easels and the comforting smell of linseed oil and paint, Walt received his first formal artistic instruction. His instructor, Mrs. Alina Kellogg, moved through the studio like a gentle breeze, her voice barely above a whisper, as she guided students through techniques of perspective and composition. "Notice how light creates form," she would say, her hand hovering just above a still life arrangement of fruit and fabric. Walt absorbed these lessons with quiet intensity, his concentration so complete that he sometimes forgot to blink, emerging from these sessions with tired eyes, but an enriched understanding of visual language. During this period, Walt also discovered the Kansas City Public Library, a sanctuary of knowledge housed in a building whose very architecture suggested reverence for learning. The library's reading room featured long oak tables beneath hanging lamps that cast pools of amber light. Here, surrounded by the comforting presence of countless books with their leather bindings and paper scent, Walt discovered volumes on animation techniques. He would spend hours studying the sequential drawings that, when flipped quickly, created the illusion of movement, a magic trick of the mind that fascinated him endlessly, the librarian, Miss Harriet Collins, with her silver hair always perfectly pinned, and reading glasses hanging from a chain around her neck, took notice of the boy who returned week after week to the same section. She began setting aside books she thought might interest him. Histories of illustration, biographies of artists, technical manuals on drawing. Her quiet suggestions, offered without pressure, as she slid books across the polished counter, expanded Walt's artistic horizons beyond what he might have discovered alone. When Walt was 16, his formal education took an unexpected pause. World War, I was reshaping the world, and though too young to enlist properly, Walt's desire to participate in this historic moment led him to join the Red Cross Ambulance Corps. His application papers, filled out in his neat, determined handwriting, included a small adjustment to his birth year, a harmless fiction that allowed him to serve. This decision transported him across the Atlantic to France, where his education continued in ways no classroom could provide. In France, amid the aftermath of conflict, Walt's senses absorbed new landscapes, languages, and cultures. The rolling French countryside with its ancient stone villages nestled in valleys, the distinctive architecture of buildings that had witnessed centuries pass, the musical cadence of French being spoken around him. All these experiences layered into his consciousness during quiet moments between duties. Walt would sketch what he saw. The faces of fellow ambulance drivers resting against vehicle doors, local children playing among ruins with the resilience only the very young possess. The particular way European light seemed different from American sunlight, softer somehow, more diffused. Upon returning to America in 1919, Walt found himself changed, more worldly, more determined. His perspective broadened by experiences that had taken him far from Kansas City classrooms. Rather than returning to formal education, he sought work that would nurture his artistic aspirations. He found employment at the Pessman Rubin Commercial Art Studio, where he created advertisements for local businesses. The studio occupied the upper floor of a downtown building, with windows that offered views of city life flowing below. Delivery trucks navigating narrow streets, office workers hurrying with briefcases, shoppers pausing before store displays. In this professional environment, Walt's education continued through apprenticeship rather than academic instruction. His colleague Ub Iwerks, a talented artist 2 years his senior, became both friend and mentor. Ub's draftsmanship showed a precision and confidence that Walt admired and sought to emulate. During lunch breaks, they would share a simple meal, perhaps sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, apples from a vendor's cart, and Ub would demonstrate techniques for achieving clean lines, consistent character proportions, or the subtle expressions that brought drawn figures to life. It's all about observation, Ub would say, his voice low and thoughtful as he sketched on napkins. or the backs of discarded papers. These informal lessons, shared between two young men finding their way in the commercial art world, proved as valuable as any formal education Walt might have pursued. They rented a modest space in a building on the edge of Kansas City's business district. The room was spare, just enough desks for a small team, a camera stand for filming animation cells, windows that needed washing, but let in good light. Here, Walt's education expanded to include business management, client relations, and the technical aspects of animation production. The work days at Laugh-O-Gram stretched long, often extending into evenings when the building grew quiet and the only sounds were the scratch of pencils on paper and the occasional click of the camera capturing frames. Walt and his small team would work by the light of desk lamps, their faces illuminated in the growing darkness as they brought fairy tales to life through animation. These were hours of intense learning, discovering through trial and error the timing needed to make movement seem natural, the number of drawings required to show a character turning or jumping, the way music could enhance visual storytelling. During this period, Walt also studied films themselves, spending hours in darkened theaters analyzing the techniques of successful filmmakers. He paid particular attention to how stories unfolded, how audiences responded to different scenes, how music and image worked together to create emotional responses. The theater became another classroom, with each film offering lessons in pacing, visual composition, and narrative structure. Walt would emerge from these screenings with his mind full of observations and ideas, often walking home slowly through evening streets, lost in thought about how to apply what he'd learned to his own creations. Financial challenges eventually led to the closure of Laugh-O-Gram, but the education it provided proved invaluable. With little more than determination and the skills he had developed, Walt made the decision to relocate to California, a journey that would lead to new chapters in his creative development. He boarded a train at Kansas City's Union Station, a cavernous space with soaring ceilings and the constant echo of announcements and departing whistles. As the train pulled away, carrying Walt toward his future, the city that had shaped his early artistic development receded into the distance. The train journey itself offered time for reflection and planning. As landscapes passed outside the window, first the familiar Missouri farmland, then the vast plains, eventually the dramatic mountains and deserts of the West. Walt sketched in a small notebook balanced on his lap. Fellow passengers might have noticed the young man so absorbed in his drawing that he sometimes forgot to visit the dining car, his concentration broken only when the train made scheduled stops at stations along the route. In California, Walt's education continued through new relationships and opportunities. His brother Roy, already established in Los Angeles, provided both emotional and practical support. As Walt sought to establish himself in a new city, the California light, clear, bright and seemingly eternal, illuminated Walt's new surroundings. As he familiarized himself with this landscape of palm trees, distant mountains, and the particular quality of coastal air that seemed to carry possibilities on its currents, Walt found work at animation studios, absorbing techniques and approaches from established artists. During lunch breaks, he would sometimes walk to nearby parks, finding a bench beneath spreading trees where he could sketch and consider the path forward. These quiet moments of contemplation, with the California sun filtering through leaves and creating patterns of light and shadow on his notebook pages, allowed Walt to integrate all he had learned, from Kansas City classrooms to French landscapes, from commercial art studios to his own experiments in animation. The influences that shaped Walt's intellectual and creative development were diverse. Formal education provided fundamentals, while life experiences offered deeper insights into human nature and storytelling. Books opened worlds beyond his immediate experience, while mentors and colleagues shared technical knowledge that books alone couldn't convey. Each environment, from Marceline's rural simplicity to Kansas City's urban energy to California's expansive horizons, contributed elements to Walt's evolving vision. As your thoughts grow gentler and your breathing deepens toward sleep, imagine Walt Disney's educational journey as a river flowing through varied landscapes, sometimes moving swiftly through rapids of intense learning, sometimes meandering through quieter periods of reflection, but always moving forward, gathering experiences that would eventually allow him to create worlds that continue to enchant dreamers of all ages. In that space between wakefulness and sleep, where imagination flourishes most beautifully, our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet early years of Walt Disney's journey, long before the castles and fairy tales took shape, there were people, gentle guides, who left their mark on him like sunlight through leaves, softly shaping the contours of his imagination. One of the earliest influences was his school teacher in Marceline, a small town where Walt spent some of his happiest childhood days. Her name was Miss Daisy Beck, and she saw something special in the young boy, who often drifted into daydreams during lessons. Instead of scolding him, she encouraged him to draw, sometimes letting him illustrate stories for the class. Those afternoons, with chalk dust floating in the air and the hum of children's voices around him, planted the first seeds of storytelling in Walt's mind. She showed him that imagination had a place in learning, a lesson he would carry with him always. Then there was his older brother Roy, a steady presence through every storm and triumph. Roy was the quiet force behind Walt's dreams, the one who believed in him even when their father did not. When Walt was just a teenager, delivering newspapers before dawn in the freezing Kansas City winters, it was Roy who shared his own earnings to help him buy art supplies. Later, when Walt ventured into animation with nothing but a borrowed camera and boundless optimism, Roy would be the one to step in as his business partner, grounding his brother's wild ideas with practicality. Their bond was unshakable, a balance of fire and earth. Walt the dreamer, Roy the protector of those dreams. In Kansas City, Walt found another mentor in Ub Iwerks, a fellow artist with a quiet brilliance. Ub was shy, often letting his pencil do the talking, but his technical skill was unmatched. Together, they experimented with animation in a tiny, cramped studio, laughing over failed attempts and cheering when a sketch finally came to life. Ub taught Walt the value of precision, the magic that happened when patience met artistry. Their partnership would later give birth to Mickey Mouse. But in those early days, it was simply about two young men losing themselves in the joy of creation. Their shared passion, a quiet fire in the dark of night. When Walt moved to California, the land of golden light and endless possibility, he encountered another guiding figure, Charlie Mintz, a distributor who took a chance on his early cartoons, though their relationship would later sour. In those first months, Charlie showed Walt the business side of creativity, the delicate dance between art and commerce. He was a reminder that dreams needed structure to survive, a lesson Walt would later apply to his own empire. But perhaps the most unexpected mentor was a man Walt never met in person, the great silent film comedian, Charlie Chaplin. Walt studied Chaplin's films obsessively, pausing frame by frame to understand how movement conveyed emotion. From Chaplin, he learned that storytelling didn't always need words, that a stumble, a glance, or a tilt of the hat could make an audience laugh or cry. This silent language of expression would later become the heart of Disney animation, where even the smallest gesture carried meaning. As the years passed and Walt's studio grew, he became a mentor himself, gathering a team of artists who shared his vision. One of them was a young animator named Fred Moore, whose ability to bring charm and warmth to characters like Mickey Mouse and the Seven Dwarfs was unparalleled. Fred had a way of making drawings feel alive, as if they might step off the page at any moment. Walt recognized this gift and gave him room to flourish, just as others had once done for him. Then there was Mary Blair, an artist whose vibrant colors and whimsical designs would redefine Disney's visual style. Her work on films like Cinderella and Peter Pan was like watching a dream in motion. Soft pastels and bold hues swirling together in perfect harmony. Walt admired her fearlessness, the way she trusted her instincts, and he often gave her creative freedom when others might have hesitated. In return, she helped shape the look of Disney's golden age, her influence lingering like the last notes of a lullaby. Through it all, there was Lillian, Walt's wife, his quiet anchor. She was not an artist or a business strategist, but she had an instinct for what moved people. When Walt screened early versions of his films for her, he watched her face carefully, her smile, her tears, the way she leaned forward when a moment truly captivated her. She was his first audience, his most honest critic, and her reactions often guided his decisions. In the stillness of their home, away from the noise of the studio, she reminded him that storytelling was, above all, about connection. As you drift deeper into relaxation, think of these threads: teachers, brothers, collaborators, and loved ones, all weaving together in the quiet tapestry of Walt's life. Each one left a gentle imprint, a lesson absorbed not through lectures, but through shared moments, fleeting glances, and the unspoken understanding that comes when one creative soul recognizes another. And just as these mentors shaped Walt, he in turn shaped the dreams of countless others, passing on what he had learned in an endless, quiet ripple of inspiration. So now, as sleep draws nearer, let these stories settle softly in your mind, like pages turning in a well-loved book, each one a reminder that no dream is ever dreamed alone. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. As the quiet hum of the night wraps around you, let us drift back to the early days of Walt Disney's journey, a time when his dreams were still young, tender things, just beginning to take shape. Picture him as a boy, not much older than 16, stepping into the world with nothing but a sketchbook and an unshakable belief in the magic of stories. The year was 1919, and the world was still catching its breath after the Great War. The air was thick with change, with new ideas bubbling up like spring water. And Walt, ever the dreamer, felt the pull of something greater calling him. He found his first foothold in the bustling city of Kansas City, where he took a job at the Pessman Rubin Commercial Art Studio. It was here, in the quiet clatter of pencils and the soft rustle of paper, that Walt met Ub Iwerks, a young artist whose quiet genius would become one of the most important threads in the tapestry of Walt's life. Together, they sketched advertisements, simple, practical work. But for Walt, it was a beginning. Their hands moved in harmony, their minds weaving ideas between them. And though the pay was meager, the experience was priceless. But the studio could not hold them for long. By 1920, Walt and Ub had ventured out on their own, founding their tiny, hopeful enterprise, Iwerks Disney Commercial Artists. The world was not yet ready for them, though, and the business flickered out like a candle in the wind. Yet, even in that brief failure, there were lessons, soft, quiet whispers of resilience that would stay with Walt for the rest of his days. Needing steady work, Walt took a position at the Kansas City Film Ad Company, where he first glimpsed the flickering magic of animation. The studio produced simple, cartoonish ads, jumping serials, dancing tires, crude by today's standards. But to Walt, they were alive with possibility. He watched, mesmerized, as still images learned to move, as drawings took on a life of their own. In the dim glow of the projection room, something stirred in him, a quiet certainty that this was where he belonged. He began experimenting in his spare time, borrowing a camera from the studio, teaching himself frame by frame the delicate art of bringing drawings to life. Late into the night, in the cramped garage of his family's home, he crafted his first animated shorts, laughograms, whimsical fairy tales, and local jokes, told through the language of motion. The work was painstaking, each second of animation requiring dozens of hand-drawn frames. But Walt was undeterred. His hands ached, his eyes grew heavy, but the joy of creation kept him going. In 1922, with the same hopeful determination that would define his life, Walt founded Laughogram Films. He gathered a small team, including Ub Iwerks and a few other artists, all of them young, all of them hungry to make something new. They worked in a tiny, rundown office, their laughter and ideas spilling out into the hallway, their passion burning bright despite the odds. They produced a series of modernized fairy tales: Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella, Puss in Boots, each one a stepping stone towards something greater. But dreams, no matter how bright, are not immune to the harsh winds of reality. The studio struggled financially, and by 1923, Laughogram Films was bankrupt. Walt, just 21 years old, found himself with nothing but a suitcase and a handful of unfinished dreams. Yet, even then, in the quiet aftermath of failure, he did not let go of his vision. Instead, he packed his few belongings, said goodbye to Kansas City, and boarded a train for Hollywood, where his brother Roy was waiting. The Hollywood of 1923 was a place of shimmering illusions and hard truths, a land where stars were born and dreams were broken every day. Walt arrived with nothing but his drawings and an unshakable belief in the stories he wanted to tell. Roy, ever the steady hand, welcomed him with open arms, and together, in their uncle's garage, they founded the Disney Brothers Studio. It was a humble beginning, just two brothers, a borrowed camera, and a shared determination to carve out a place in the world of animation. Their first project was a series called the Alice Comedies, blending live action with animation, a novelty at the time. A young girl named Virginia Davis played Alice, interacting with animated characters in a topsy-turvy world of wonder. The series caught the attention of a distributor, and soon the Disney brothers had their first steady contract. It was not glamorous work. The budgets were tight, the deadlines relentless, but it was a start. Yet even as the studio found its footing, challenges arose. Distributors withheld payments, creative differences strained relationships, and Walt, ever the perfectionist, clashed with those who did not share his vision. But through it all, he held fast to one unwavering truth. Animation was not just a novelty, it was an art form, capable of touching hearts and stirring imaginations. In 1927, a new opportunity emerged with the creation of Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, a cheerful, mischievous character who quickly became a hit. For a brief, shining moment, it seemed Walt had found his stride, but then came the blow. The distributor, seeing the success of Oswald, claimed ownership of the character and poached most of Walt's animators. Overnight, he lost everything: his star, his team, his livelihood. It would have been easy to give up then, to let the disappointment swallow him whole. But Walt Disney was not a man who knew how to quit. Instead, on the long train ride back from New York, where he had learned the bitter truth about Oswald, he began sketching a new character, a cheerful, round-faced mouse with a squeaky voice and an irrepressible spirit. His wife, Lillian, suggested the name Mickey. And so, in the quiet of that train car, with the rhythmic clatter of the tracks beneath him, Walt began again. Rest now, dear dreamer, as these early struggles and triumphs settle softly in your mind. Each challenge, each setback, was just another thread in the tapestry, another step toward the magic that was yet to come. Let the rhythm of the story lull you deeper, as gentle as the turning of a page, as steady as the passing of time. The best is still ahead. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. That little mouse, born from disappointment, would soon become the spark of something extraordinary. Walt Disney poured his heart into Mickey, infusing him with optimism, mischief, and an endless sense of adventure. The first animated short starring Mickey Mouse, Steamboat Willie Asterisk, premiered in 1928, not just as a cartoon, but as a revolution, the first synchronized sound animation. The world had never seen anything like it. The cheerful whistle of the steamboat, the jaunty tune of Asterisk, Turkey in the Straw Asterisk, Mickey's high-pitched giggles, all of it came alive in perfect harmony. People left theaters humming, smiling, their hearts a little lighter. And just like that, a star was born. Walt's mind was always racing ahead, dreaming of what could be. He saw animation not just as moving drawings, but as an art form, a way to tell stories that stirred the soul. He gathered a team of artists, animators, and storytellers, people who shared his passion. And together, they pushed boundaries. They experimented with color, depth, and emotion, crafting films that felt alive. In 1937, they unveiled Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs Asterisk, the first full-length animated feature. Critics called it Disney's folly, certain it would fail. But when the lights dimmed and the music swelled, audiences were swept into a world of enchantment. The careful shading of Snow White's cheeks, the way the dwarfs moved with such personality, the haunting beauty of Someday My Prince Will Come Asterisk. It was more than a movie. It was magic, and the world fell in love all over again. The years that followed were a golden age of creativity. Pinocchio Asterisk, with its breathtaking detail and haunting whale chase. Fantasia Asterisk, a symphony of animation set to classical music, bold, experimental, unlike anything before it. Bambi asterisk, where every leaf and dewdrop shimmered with delicate realism. Walt demanded perfection, not out of harshness, but because he believed in the power of wonder. He wanted every frame to transport the audience, to make them forget the world outside. And it worked. People laughed, they cried. They carried these stories with them long after the credits rolled. But Walt's dreams stretched beyond the silver screen. He imagined a place, a kingdom of joy, where families could step into their favorite stories, where fairy tales weren't just watched, but lived. It took years of planning, sketching, persuading. But in 1955, Disneyland opened its gates. The smell of fresh popcorn, the clatter of the railroad, the spires of Sleeping Beauty's castle glowing under the California sun. It was a world made real, as if stepping into a storybook. Walt himself often wandered the park, watching children's faces light up, tinkering with details to make it even more perfect. Disneyland wasn't just an amusement park. It was a promise that dreams could come true, if only for a day. Even as his empire grew, Walt never stopped innovating. He embraced television, bringing the Mickey Mouse Club and Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color asterisk into living rooms across America. He dreamed of EPCOT, a city of tomorrow where technology and community thrived. And though he wouldn't live to see it, his vision carried on. Walt Disney World opened in 1971, a sprawling paradise where magic knew no limits. Through it all, Walt's greatest gift wasn't just his imagination. It was his ability to make others believe. He saw the world not as it was, but as it could be. A sketch could become a legend. A barren field could become a kingdom, and in the quiet moments, the flicker of a movie projector, the distant whistle of a theme park train, his spirit lingers. A reminder that wonder is never far away, if only we dare to dream. So rest now, dear dreamer, and let these stories drift over you like a soft blanket. The laughter of Mickey, the courage of Snow White, the whisper of Disneyland's fireworks, they live on, timeless and warm. And as you drift, know that magic is all around, just waiting to be found. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Walt Disney's life was a journey of turning points, moments where a single decision could have changed everything. Each choice, each risk, sent ripples through time, shaping not just his own destiny, but the dreams of millions. Let us drift back gently to those pivotal crossroads where the future hung in the balance like a feather on the breeze. One of the earliest moments arrived in 1923, when a young Walt Disney stood at the edge of failure. His first animation studio, Laugh-O-Gram, had collapsed into bankruptcy, leaving him with little more than a suitcase and an unfinished film, Asterisk Alice's Wonderland. Many would have given up, returned to a safer path, but Walt packed his bags and boarded a train to Hollywood, a place where dreams were built from nothing. Had he stayed in Kansas City, resigned himself to a quieter life. The world might never have known Mickey Mouse, never heard the joyous whistle of Steamboat Willie, but he took the risk, and in doing so, set the first stone on a path that would change animation forever. Then came 1928, another quiet revolution. Walt's distributor, Charles Mintz, had taken control of his first successful character, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, leaving him without rights to his own creation. It was a crushing blow, one that might have broken a lesser spirit, but in that moment of loss, Walt refused to surrender. Instead, he dreamed up a new character on a train ride home, a cheerful, round-eared mouse named Mickey. Had he accepted defeat, had he walked away from animation altogether, the world would have been dimmer, quieter, without that little mouse's laughter. But Walt chose to begin again, and in doing so, he gave the world its most beloved icon. The years rolled on, each one bringing new risks, new leaps of faith. In 1937, Walt gambled everything on Asterisk Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs Asterisk, the first full-length animated feature. Skeptics called it Disney's folly, certain that no one would sit through an hour and a half of cartoons. The budget ballooned, the studio nearly went under, and the stress turned Walt's hair gray. But when the film premiered, audiences wept at its beauty, and Hollywood stood in awe. Had Walt listened to the doubters, had he stuck to short films, animation might never have been seen as true art. But he dared to dream bigger, and in doing so, he opened a door for storytellers everywhere. Another quiet turning point came in 1954, when television was still a fledgling medium. Many in Hollywood feared it would kill the movie business, but Walt saw something different, an opportunity. He struck a deal with ABC to create Disneyland Asterisk, a weekly show that would fund his most ambitious dream yet. A real, physical kingdom of imagination. Without that partnership, without his willingness to embrace the new, Disneyland might never have been built. The orange groves of Anaheim might have remained just that, orange groves, instead of transforming into a place where fairy tales came to life. But Walt trusted his vision, and because of that, generations of children would know the joy of stepping through a castle gate into a world of wonder. Perhaps the most poignant crossroads came in the final years of his life, as Walt dreamed of EPCOT, a city of the future, where people could live, work, and innovate in harmony. He poured himself into the idea, sketching plans for a utopia of technology and community. But time was not on his side. In 1966, he passed away before the project could be realized. Had he lived longer, had fate granted him a few more years, the world might have seen his greatest experiment come to life exactly as he envisioned it. Instead, EPCOT became a theme park, a tribute to his ideas, but not the living city he had imagined. And yet, even in absence, his vision endured. Walt Disney World rose from the Florida swamps, a testament to the belief that dreams do not die with the dreamer. Every choice, every leap of faith, sent Walt's story spiraling in new directions. What if he had never boarded that train to Hollywood? What if he had kept Oswald, never creating Mickey? What if Snow White had failed? Or if he had ignored television's potential, the world would be a quieter place, a little less magical. But Walt always chose the path of wonder, even when it was risky, even when it was hard. And because of that, his legacy lives on not just in films or theme parks, but in the quiet moments when we believe, just for a second, that anything is possible. So let these stories settle over you like twilight, soft and warm. Imagine Walt at his drawing board, pencil in hand, smiling as an idea takes shape. Picture the glow of a movie screen, the first notes of When You Wish Upon a Star asterisk, the distant chime of a carousel in the evening air. Every decision, every dream led to these moments. And as you drift towards sleep, remember the magic was never in the certainty, but in the daring. In the quiet courage to take the leap and trust that the world would be waiting to catch you. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Walt Disney's life was woven with threads of deep, enduring relationships, bonds that shaped him as much as he shaped them. Some were quiet and steadfast, like the love of his wife, Lillian. Others were turbulent yet transformative, like his partnership with his brother Roy. And then there were the artists, the dreamers, the collaborators who helped bring his visions to life. Each connection left its mark, softening his edges or strengthening his resolve, teaching him lessons about trust, loyalty, and the delicate balance between work and family. Lillian was his anchor, the steady presence who saw him through the dizzying highs and crushing lows of his career. They met when she was working as an ink artist at the Disney studio in Kansas City, a young woman with a quiet wit and a no-nonsense practicality that balanced Walt's boundless imagination. He courted her with persistence, showing up at her workplace with flowers, taking her for drives in his rickety used car. She was hesitant at first. Walt was always dreaming, always sketching, always talking about projects that seemed impossible. But there was something magnetic about his enthusiasm, the way he could make even the smallest idea feel like an adventure. Their marriage was not without strain. Walt's relentless work ethic meant long nights at the studio, missed dinners, and the weight of financial uncertainty in the early years. Lillian bore it with patience, though she never shied away from speaking her mind. When Walt, exhausted and discouraged after the failure of his first studio, considered giving up animation altogether, it was Lillian who insisted he keep going. She believed in him, even when he struggled to believe in himself. And when success finally came, she remained his grounding force, rolling her eyes at his grandiose plans one moment, then quietly supporting him the next. One of their most tender moments came during the creation of Snow White asterisk. Walt had poured everything into the film, gambling the studio's future on an untested idea. The stress was immense, and Lillian worried about his health. The way he would come home pale and drawn, his hands trembling from exhaustion. One evening, after a particularly grueling day, she found him slumped over his desk, asleep beside a stack of storyboards. Instead of waking him, she draped a blanket over his shoulders and sat beside him in the dim light, watching the rise and fall of his breath. It was in these quiet moments that their love felt strongest, not in grand gestures, but in the simple act of staying. Then there was Roy, Walt's older brother and business partner, the man who kept the dreams from capsizing under financial reality. Their relationship was a dance of opposites. Walt, the visionary; Roy, the pragmatist. They fought often, sometimes bitterly, especially in the early years when money was tight and Walt's ambitions seemed reckless. Roy would scowl over the ledger books, shaking his head at yet another expensive experiment, while Walt would wave him off, insisting that the risk was worth it. But beneath the clashes was an unshakable loyalty. Roy could have walked away, could have chosen a steadier path, but he never did. He believed in Walt's genius, even when it frustrated him. Their most profound reconciliation came after Walt's devastating loss of Oswald, the lucky rabbit. Betrayed by his distributor, stripped of his creation, Walt was crushed. Instead, he sat with Walt in the quiet of their shared office and said, "We'll start again." And they did. Together, they built Mickey Mouse, then the studio, then an empire. Roy was the one who secured the loans, who smoothed over investor doubts, who made sure the lights stayed on. Walt knew, even if he didn't always say it, that none of it would have been possible without his brother. Beyond family, there were the artists, the men and women who breathed life into Walt's ideas. Ub Iwerks, his earliest collaborator, was the quiet genius behind Mickey's design, a man whose technical skill matched Walt's creative fire. Their friendship was deep but fragile, strained when Ub left the studio for a time, lured by the promise of more control elsewhere. The separation hurt Walt, not just professionally, but personally. He had trusted Ub like a brother. Years later, when Ub returned, their reunion was cautious but warm, a mending of old wounds. Walt never held grudges for long. He understood the pull of ambition too well. And then there was the 9 old men, the core animators who became Walt's trusted circle. They were young when they started, fresh-faced artists eager to prove themselves. Over time, they grew into masters of their craft, shaping classics like Asterisk Bambi Asterisk, Cinderella Asterisk, and Peter Pan Asterisk. Walt could be demanding, even exacting, pushing them to refine their work until it met his impossible standards. But he also celebrated their triumphs, hosting lavish studio parties where laughter and music filled the air. He knew their names, their families, their quirks. When one of them struggled, he noticed sometimes with a raise, sometimes with a quiet word of encouragement. One snowy evening in the late 1930s, after a particularly grueling stretch of work on Fantasia Asterisk, Walt gathered the team in the studio's small screening room. The film was far from finished. The stress was high, and morale was low. Instead of pushing them harder, Walt dimmed the lights and played a rough cut of The Sorcerer's Apprentice sequence as the music swelled and Mickey danced across the screen. The room fell silent, then erupted in applause. Walt grinned, clapping along with them. In that moment, they weren't just employees, they were fellow dreamers, united by something bigger than themselves. Even his rivals shaped him. Charlie Chaplin, whom Walt admired deeply, once told him over dinner, "You can't just make art." It was a lesson Walt took to heart. Though he never let commerce overshadow creativity, his friendship with Salvador Dali, though brief, opened his mind to surreal new possibilities. Influences that would later surface in Fantasia and Alice in Wonderland Asterisk. And then there was the complicated relationship with his own father, Elias Disney, a stern man who never quite understood his son's dreams. Walt spent years seeking approval he would never receive, but in time, he learned to measure success on his own terms. Perhaps the most unexpected bond was the one he formed with his daughters, Diane and Sharon. Work consumed so much of his life, but with them, he was simply Daddy, the man who told bedtime stories in silly voices, who built elaborate Christmas displays, who secretly slipped them extra dessert when Lillian wasn't looking. Diane once recalled how, after a long trip, Walt would always bring back a small gift for each of them, something he had picked out himself. As the years passed and his health began to fade, these relationships took on a deeper weight. He spent more time at home, sitting with Lillian on the porch of their Carrollwood Drive house, watching the sunset. He made peace with Roy, the two brothers laughing over old stories, the old arguments long forgiven, and he mentored the next generation, Imagineers, animators, writers, passing on the lessons he had learned. That art required courage, that dreams needed discipline, and that no one built a kingdom alone. When he died in 1966, it was these connections that people remembered most. Not just the films or the parks, but the way he made others feel seen, valued, part of something extraordinary. Lillian outlived him by decades, guarding his legacy with quiet dignity. Roy, though heartbroken, ensured Disney World would rise from the Florida swamps, just as Walt had dreamed. And the artists, the friends, the family, they carried pieces of him forward, in stories told late at night, in sketches tucked into desk drawers, in the lingering magic of a world he helped create. So as you drift towards sleep, imagine these threads, delicate but unbroken, stretching across time. Picture Walt laughing with Roy over a shared joke, Lillian smoothing his furrowed brow, a young animator watching in awe as a new idea takes shape. These were the moments that shaped him, the quiet alchemy of love and trust that turned dreams into reality. And just as they carried him, they now carry you softly, gently into rest. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Walt Disney's life away from the spotlight was filled with small, quiet joys, the kind that often go unnoticed, but shape a person just as deeply as grand achievements. At home, he was not the visionary demanding perfection from his team, but a man who cherished simple routines, the comfort of family, and the warmth of shared laughter. His days began early, often before the sun had fully risen, with a slow sip of coffee and a glance at the morning paper. He liked the stillness of those hours, the way the world felt hushed and full of possibility. Lillian was his anchor, the steady presence who softened the edges of his relentless drive. Their love was not built on grand gestures, but on countless ordinary moments. A shared smile over breakfast, the way she would gently tease him about his endless train of ideas, the quiet understanding that passed between them when words weren't needed. Evenings often found them on the porch of their Carolwood drive home, watching the sky fade from gold to violet, the scent of jasmine drifting on the breeze. Walt would lean back in his chair, the lines of stress easing from his face, and for a little while, the weight of the world could wait. His relationship with Roy was another quiet cornerstone. The brothers had weathered storms together, financial struggles, creative clashes, the weight of building something no one had dared imagine. But in those later years, the friction of earlier decades gave way to something softer. They would sit for hours in Roy's office or over a casual lunch, reminiscing about their childhood in Marceline, the scrappy beginnings of their first studio, the absurd mishaps that only hindsight could turn into laughter. Roy's dry wit balanced Walt's boundless enthusiasm, and though they didn't always see eye to eye, there was an unshakable loyalty between them, a knowledge that, no matter what, they were in it together. Beyond family, Walt had a small circle of close friends, people who knew him not as an icon, but as a man who loved a good story, a hearty meal, and the occasional cigar. He was a generous host, filling his home with warmth and the sound of clinking glasses, always eager to hear about the lives of those around him. He had a way of making people feel important, as if their thoughts and dreams mattered just as much as his own. And though he could be fiercely private, he cherished these connections, the kind that required no pretense, no performance. His hobbies were an extension of his childlike wonder. Trains were a lifelong passion. He loved the rhythm of the tracks, the nostalgia of steam engines, the feeling of movement and adventure. His backyard railroad, the Carolwood Pacific, was more than a toy. It was a labor of love, a place where he could tinker and imagine, far from the pressures of the studio. He would invite neighborhood children to ride the miniature train, their laughter echoing through the garden as he waved from the controls. his face lit with pure joy. Nature, too, was a refuge. He found peace in the rolling hills of his ranch in California, where he would ride horses or simply walk, letting his mind wander. The land was a living sketchbook, a place where he could dream without interruption. He loved animals, not just the cartoon creatures he brought to life on screen, but the real ones, the dogs that trotted beside him, the birds that nested in the trees outside his window. There was a gentleness in the way he interacted with them, a patience that contrasted with his usual whirlwind energy. And then there were the quiet rituals, the small habits that grounded him. He was a creature of routine, finding comfort in the familiar, a favorite chair where he would sketch or read, a particular pen he preferred for jotting down ideas, the way he would hum absent-mindedly while lost in thought. He believed in hard work, yes, but also in the importance of rest, of letting the mind breathe. Naps were a sacred part of his day, stolen moments when he could recharge, often waking with a new burst of inspiration. His personal philosophy was simple but profound. Life was meant to be enjoyed, to be savored. He believed in optimism, not as a naive disregard for hardship, but as a choice to focus on what could be rather than what couldn't. This outlook colored everything he did, from the way he raised his daughters to the way he led his team. He taught his children to see magic in the ordinary, to notice the way light filtered through leaves, to find stories in the rustle of the wind. Diane and Sharon grew up surrounded by creativity, but also by love, by the certainty that their father adored them, not for what they achieved, but simply for who they were. As the years passed and the pace of his life slowed, these moments became even more precious. He would sit with his grandchildren on his lap, telling them stories in that rich, warm voice, his eyes twinkling as he watched their faces light up. He took longer walks, pausing to admire the way the sunlight caught the petals of a flower, or the way a breeze stirred the grass. And though his mind was always racing ahead to the next idea, he learned, bit by bit, to be present, to cherish the now. When he was gone, it was these small things that lingered in the hearts of those who knew him best. The way he would laugh, head thrown back, at a silly joke. The way his hands moved when he was explaining an idea, sketching shapes in the air. The way he would fall silent sometimes, just watching the world, as if storing up every beautiful detail for later. So, as you close your eyes tonight, let these images drift through your mind like gentle waves. Picture Walt Disney not as a legend, but as a man who loved deeply, who found joy in the everyday, who understood that the truest magic often lies in the quietest moments. And as you breathe slowly, deeply, let that same peace settle over you, the peace of a life well lived, of love given and received, of dreams that never really fade, but simply change shape, like clouds drifting across a twilight sky, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Walt Disney's days unfolded like the pages of a well-loved storybook, each chapter marked by quiet rhythms and small, cherished rituals. In his early years, when the world was still new and full of restless energy, his mornings began before the sun had fully risen. He would wake in the dim light of dawn, the air still cool and hushed, and sit for a moment at the edge of his bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Even then, his mind was already stirring with ideas, sketches forming in his imagination before his feet touched the floor. Breakfast was simple, a cup of strong coffee, sometimes black, sometimes with a splash of cream, and toast with butter or jam. He would eat quickly, his thoughts already drifting to the work ahead. In those early days, his workspace was wherever he could find room, a cramped desk in a tiny apartment, a borrowed corner of a studio. His tools were humble, pencils sharpened to fine points, stacks of cheap paper, an eraser worn down to a nub from constant use. Yet, in his hands, these ordinary things became magic. He would sketch for hours, his fingers moving in steady, deliberate strokes, bringing to life the characters that danced in his mind. By mid-morning, the world outside would come alive with noise, the clatter of streetcars, the voices of neighbors, the distant hum of a city waking up. But Walt barely noticed. He was lost in the flow of creation, pausing only to stretch his arms or take a sip of now lukewarm coffee. Lunch was often an afterthought, a sandwich eaten at his desk, while his eyes stayed fixed on the drawings before him. Sometimes, if the weather was nice, he might step outside for a brief walk, letting the sunlight warm his face as he turned over a story problem in his mind. As the years passed and success found him, his routines softened, settling into a gentler cadence. His mornings still began early, but now there was time for stillness. He would sit by the window of his home, watching the first light spill across the garden, a second cup of coffee cradled in his hands. His workspace grew with him, a large, airy office at the studio, filled with sketches pinned to the walls, models of new attractions lining the shelves. The pencils were finer now, the paper of better quality, but the process remained the same. He would lean over his desk, brow furrowed in concentration, refining each line until it felt just right. Meals became more leisurely affairs, shared with family or colleagues. Lunch might be a long, laughter-filled gathering in the studio commissary, where stories were swapped and new ideas sparked over plates of simple, hearty food. Walt loved these moments, the way a casual conversation could suddenly turn into the seed of something extraordinary. His hands would move as he talked, shaping the air as if he could sculpt his thoughts right there in front of you. In the afternoons, if the weight of work allowed, he would take a short drive, winding through the streets of Los Angeles, or out toward the rolling hills where the studio's future projects were taking shape. The car windows would be down, the breeze carrying the scent of orange blossoms or freshly cut grass He liked these quiet drives, the way the rhythm of the road helped untangle his thoughts. Sometimes he would stop at a favorite diner for a slice of pie, savoring the sweetness as he scribbled notes on a napkin. Evenings were for winding down, for stepping away from the whirl of creativity and into the warmth of home. Dinner was a cherished ritual, often shared with his wife, Lillian, and later, his daughters. The table would be set simply, the food comforting roast chicken, mashed potatoes, vegetables from the garden. There was no grand fanfare, just the soft clink of silverware and the murmur of conversation. Afterward, he might settle into his favorite armchair with a book or a stack of letters, the lamplight casting a golden glow over the room. As night deepened, he would step outside onto the porch, breathing in the cool air. The sky would be vast and star-strewn, and for a little while, he would simply stand there, listening to the quiet sounds of the world, settling into sleep. Then, with a final stretch and a sigh, he would turn back inside, ready to rest. His bed was always neatly made, the sheets crisp and cool. He would lie down, letting the weight of the day melt away, his mind still humming softly with half-formed dreams. And as sleep gently took him, the last thought to drift through his mind was often not of the grand projects or the towering achievements, but of the small, perfect moments. The way sunlight fell across his desk in the morning, the sound of his children's laughter, the warmth of a shared meal. These were the things that filled his days, the quiet magic that made up a life. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine Walt Disney not as the creator of worlds, but as a man who savored the simple rhythms of each day. Picture him pausing to watch a bird outside his window, or chuckling at a silly joke over dinner, or drifting off to sleep with a contented sigh. Let these images lull you, slow and steady as a rocking chair, until you, too, are carried softly into dreams. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Walt Disney's philosophy was woven gently into the fabric of his life, like sunlight filtering through leaves, subtle yet ever-present, shaping everything he touched. He believed in the power of dreams, not as fleeting fantasies, but as quiet, persistent whispers that could grow into something real if nurtured with patience and care. But his courage was not the loud, brash kind. It was steady, like the turning of the earth, always moving forward, even when the path was unclear. From his earliest days on the family farm in Marceline, Missouri, Walt found magic in the ordinary. The rustle of cornfields, the way fireflies danced at dusk, the stories his father told by lamplight. These were the things that shaped his imagination. He carried that sense of wonder with him always, even when life grew difficult. When his first animation studio went bankrupt, when critics dismissed Mickey Mouse as a passing fad, when the idea of a full-length animated feature was called impossible, he held onto that childlike belief that the world could be softer, brighter, kinder. His worldview was one of optimism, but not a naive kind. He had seen hardship, the struggles of his family, the failures of early ventures, the long hours spent refining his craft, yet he chose to focus on what could be, rather than what was. It was this balance between dreaming and doing, between wonder and work, that guided him. At the heart of his philosophy was a deep respect for storytelling. He understood that stories were not just entertainment, but the way we make sense of the world. They could comfort, inspire, and remind us of what mattered. Whether it was the simplicity of Snow White, the adventure of Peter Pan, or the hopeful message of Cinderella, his films carried a quiet truth that goodness, perseverance, and love were worth believing in. For him, storytelling was a responsibility, a way to leave the world a little brighter than he found it. His values were rooted in family, though not in the traditional, rigid sense. He cherished his daughters, Diane and Sharon, often bringing them to the studio, letting them peek behind the curtain of his work. Their laughter, their wide-eyed wonder at the animator's drawings, reminded him why he created in the first place. A man should never neglect his family for business, he insisted, though the demands of his work often kept him away. Still, he made time for small moments, bedtime stories, Sunday picnics, the way he'd pause during a walk to point out a butterfly, or a cloud shaped like something magical. Walt also believed fiercely in the power of community. Disneyland was born not just from a desire to build an amusement park, but from a longing to create a place where people could come together, where parents and children could share the same sense of delight. He wanted it to feel alive, like a living storybook where every corner held a new possibility. Disneyland is not just another amusement park, he explained. He imagined it as a gathering place where strangers could become friends under the glow of fireworks, where the worries of the outside world could melt away, if only for a little while. His leadership style was warm yet firm, like a guiding hand on the shoulder. He expected excellence, but knew it came from trust, not fear. He surrounded himself with artists, engineers, dreamers, people who saw the world differently, who could bring his visions to life in ways he never imagined. He listened to his team, often scribbling notes during meetings, nodding thoughtfully as others shared their ideas. Even in disagreement, he was respectful, allowing space for creativity to flourish. As he grew older, his philosophy deepened, becoming less about spectacle and more about meaning. The creation of EPCOT, originally envisioned as a utopian community rather than a theme park, reflected his desire to solve real problems, to improve how people lived. He dreamed of clean, efficient cities, of technology used for good, of a future where innovation and humanity walked hand in hand. Though EPCOT, as he imagined it, never came to be, the heart of the idea remained. Progress was not just about moving forward, but about moving forward together. Walt's faith in people never wavered, Even when the world grew more complicated, he believed in the goodness of others, in the power of a shared smile, in the way a simple act of kindness could ripple outward. Even setbacks in his eyes were opportunities, lessons wrapped in difficulty, waiting to be unwrapped with patience and persistence. In his quietest moments, when the meetings were over and the studio lights dimmed, Walt's mind often wandered back to the past, not with regret, but with gratitude. He remembered the train rides of his childhood, the way the whistle echoed across the plains, filling him with a sense of adventure. He thought of his brother Roy, his steadfast partner, who balanced Walt's boundless imagination with quiet practicality. He cherished the artists who had trusted him, the audiences who had believed in his stories, the ordinary days that had become extraordinary simply because he had paid attention. And so, as the years passed, his philosophy remained beautifully unchanged at its core. Life was meant to be lived with curiosity, with heart, with the understanding that magic was not something you found, but something you created. For Walt Disney, that belief was not just in fairy tales or animated mice, but in the enduring power of hope, the quiet, unshakable kind that lingers in the air long after the story ends, like the last note of a lullaby, soft and sure. So tonight, as you drift toward sleep, think of him not as a legend, but as a man who found joy in the everyday, who saw possibility in blank pages, who believed in the gentle strength of dreams. Let his quiet optimism wrap around you like a warm blanket, comforting and steady, until you, too, are carried into dreams of your own, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. But even the brightest dreams are sometimes clouded by storms, and Walt Disney's journey was no exception. There were moments when the road ahead seemed impossibly steep, when the weight of setbacks pressed heavily upon his shoulders. Yet in those quiet, uncertain hours, he found a resilience that would shape not only his own life, but the stories he shared with the world. One of his earliest struggles came when he was just a young man, fresh with ambition, running his first animation studio in Kansas City. It was called Laugh-O-Gram Films, a name that bubbled with optimism. He and his small team worked tirelessly, crafting whimsical fairy tales and modern twists on classic stories, their hands moving swiftly over the paper, frame by frame. But money was scarce, and the young studio soon found itself drowning in debt. The checks bounced, the rent went unpaid, and one day, the door of Laugh-O-Gram closed for good. Walt was left with little more than a suitcase and a handful of dreams. Yet, even in that moment of defeat, there was a flicker of determination. He packed his bags, boarded a train to California, and carried with him a single, unfinished film reel, a curious little project called Alice's Wonderland Asterisk, which mixed live action with animation. It was a gamble, a fragile hope, but he believed in it. And that belief led him to his brother Roy, who, despite his own reservations, agreed to help. Together, they started anew in a tiny office, barely more than a broom closet, where Walt would sketch late into the night while Roy managed the meager finances. Then came Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, a cheerful, mischievous character who seemed destined for success. For a while, things looked bright. The cartoons were popular, the studio grew, and Walt felt the thrill of momentum. But then came the crushing blow. He discovered that the rights to Oswald didn't belong to him. The distributor had taken control, along with most of his animators. In a single meeting, Walt lost nearly everything he had built. He walked away from that negotiation with nothing but his name and his stubborn belief in storytelling. Some would have given up then, folded under the weight of such a loss. But Walt, ever the dreamer, saw it as a chance to begin again, to create something entirely his own. On the long train ride home, he sketched a new character, a cheerful, round-eared mouse with a mischievous grin. He called him Mortimer at first, but his wife, Lillian, suggested a simpler name, Mickey. Even Mickey's beginnings were humble. The first 2 cartoons barely made a ripple. Then came Steamboat Willie Asterisk, the first synchronized sound cartoon, and everything changed. The world fell in love with Mickey's whistling, his playful antics, the way he seemed to dance across the screen. It was a triumph, but Walt never rested on success. He pushed further, dreaming of color, of longer stories, of animation that could move hearts as deeply as live-action films. The next great challenge came with Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs Asterisk. Critics called it Disney's folly, claiming no one would sit through a full-length animated film. The budget ballooned, the production stretched years beyond schedule, and at times, even Roy worried they would bankrupt the studio. Walt mortgaged his house, poured every resource into the project, and guided his animators with a relentless vision. When the film finally premiered, the audience wept at the beauty of it, and Snow White Asterisk became a landmark in cinema. But success did not shield him from hardship. The war years brought strikes and financial strain. The studio was repurposed for military training films, and many of his beloved artists were drafted. Then came the war's end, and with it, the challenge of rebuilding. Films like Asterisk Bambi and Fantasia Asterisk, though later celebrated, initially struggled at the box office. There were moments when Walt wondered if the magic had faded. Yet, he kept dreaming bigger, bolder dreams. He imagined a place where families could step into the stories they loved, a park where joy was tangible. Disneyland was born from that vision, but it too was fraught with obstacles. The budget spiraled, the construction deadlines loomed, and the opening day was famously chaotic. Wet paint, unfinished rides, even a gas leak. But when the gates opened, none of that mattered. The children's laughter, the parents' smiles, the sheer wonder in their eyes, it was everything Walt had hoped for. Even in his later years, As he planned Walt Disney World, he faced new doubts. His health was failing. The scale of the project was staggering, and some questioned whether it could ever be done. But Walt, ever the optimist, pressed forward, trusting in the dream. He would not live to see its completion, but the spark he left behind would grow into a flame that still burns today. Through every setback, Walt learned the same quiet lesson, that obstacles were not dead ends, but detours leading to something unexpected. He believed in the power of perseverance, in the strength of a team, in the idea that every failure was just a step in the story. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, think of him not only as the man who built kingdoms of imagination, but as the one who, time and again, chose to keep believing. Let his resilience comfort you, a gentle reminder that even the darkest nights give way to dawn, and that every dream, no matter how fragile, is worth holding on to. And now, as your eyelids grow heavy, imagine that same quiet determination settling over you like a soft, steady rhythm, the sound of a train moving forward through the night, carrying its passengers safely toward morning. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Walt Disney was a man of many layers, some hidden beneath the well-known image of the smiling visionary in a suit. Few realize, for instance, that behind the polished presentations and grand projects, he was a man who cherished simple, quiet moments, often sneaking away from the bustle of the studio to sit alone in his office, doodling not for work, but for the sheer pleasure of it. He would sketch whimsical animals, exaggerated faces, little scenes that never made it to the screen, just because it soothed him. There was something deeply human in that. A man who built empires of fantasy, still finding joy in the scratch of a pencil on paper, the same way he had as a boy on his family's farm. And oh, how he loved trains, not just as symbols of progress or as attractions in his parks, but as intricate, living things. In the evenings, after long days of meetings and decisions, he would retreat to the backyard of his home, where he had built an elaborate miniature railroad, the Carolwood Pacific. It wasn't just a hobby, it was a passion. He would tinker with the tiny locomotives, adjusting their mechanics, painting them with painstaking care. Sometimes, he would invite friends over, not to discuss business, but to watch the little trains chug along the tracks beneath the California sky. There was a childlike wonder in those moments. A man who had conquered animation and entertainment still delighted by the simple magic of motion, of steam and steel in miniature. But Walt was not all gentle whimsy. He had a stubborn streak, two contradictions that made him all the more real. He could be fiercely demanding, pushing his animators to near exhaustion for the sake of perfection. Yet, he also had an unexpected softness for the underdog. He would quietly pay hospital bills for employees in need, or slip an envelope of cash to a struggling artist without a word. He believed in second chances, often giving people opportunities even when others had written them off. There's a story rarely told of a young animator who had been fired from another studio for being too slow, too meticulous. Walt, upon seeing his work, hired him on the spot. That animator would later become one of the key artists behind Snow White, proving that sometimes what looks like a flaw to one person is genius to another. And then there were the little quirks, the habits that made him endearingly ordinary. He loved chili, simple, hearty bowls of it, and would often eat it for lunch day after day, until his secretary gently insisted he vary his diet. He had a sweet tooth, too, sneaking candy when no one was looking. Though he'd pretend otherwise, he adored his dogs, not as pampered pets, but as loyal companions, and they would follow him around the house, their quiet presence a comfort during stressful times. Perhaps one of the most surprising things about Walt was his voice. Most know it as the warm, familiar narration of his films, but few realize how shy he was about speaking in public. Early in his career, he dreaded radio interviews, stumbling over his words, his Midwestern accent suddenly feeling too plain, too unpolished. It took years for him to grow comfortable in the spotlight, and even then, he preferred to let his work speak for him. There's something reassuring in that, isn't there? The man who gave Mickey Mouse his voice was, in many ways, still finding his own. He also had a deep, abiding love for nature, though it rarely made headlines. Long before environmentalism became a movement, Walt was quietly investing in conservation, buying acres of land not for development, but for preservation. He would take long drives through the countryside, just to watch the way light fell through the trees, or to listen to the rustle of leaves in the wind. Those moments fed his creativity, reminding him that the best stories often came from the world itself, not from a drawing board, but from life. And then there were the failures, not just the grand, public ones, but the small, private disappointments that shaped him. He kept sketchbooks filled with ideas that never came to life, scripts that were shelved, characters that never made it beyond a few rough drawings. He carried those losses with him, not as regrets, but as reminders that creativity wasn't about always succeeding, but about always trying. So as you drift closer to sleep tonight, think of Walt not just as the legend, but as the man who doodled when no one was watching, who fussed over model trains like a boy with his favorite toy, who loved chili and dogs and the quiet of an open field. Think of him as someone who doubted, who struggled, who kept going anyway. And perhaps in that thought, there's a gentle comfort, a reminder that even the brightest dreams begin in ordinary moments, and that the people who change the world are, in the end, just people. Let that quiet truth settle over you now, like the soft click of train tracks in the distance, steady, unhurried, carrying you toward rest. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Walt Disney was born in 1901 in a small Chicago neighborhood at the dawn of a new century, one that would bring unimaginable change to the world. It was an era of flickering gas lamps giving way to electric light, of horse-drawn carriages slowly being replaced by rumbling automobiles. The world was shifting, and so was the way people dreamed. The Industrial Revolution had already transformed cities into humming centers of factories and smoke. But there was still a quiet nostalgia for the simplicity of rural life, for open fields and starry nights, untouched by the glow of street lamps. Walt's childhood was spent in both worlds, first in the bustling city, then on a farm in Marceline, Missouri, where fireflies dotted the evening air, and the rhythms of nature shaped his earliest memories. Those early years were filled with contradictions. The 1910s were a time of innocence and upheaval, of children playing stickball in the streets, while distant rumblings of war echoed across Europe. When Walt was just a teenager, the First World War reshaped the globe. And though he was too young to fight, the stories of returning soldiers and the somber mood of the nation left their mark. It was an age of rapid invention. Telephones connected voices across miles, airplanes defied gravity, and motion pictures flickered to life in darkened theaters. Walt, with his sketchpad always close at hand, absorbed it all. His imagination stirred by the possibility of new ways to tell stories. By the time he reached adulthood, the Roaring Twenties had arrived, a decade of jazz and speakeasies, of flappers and fringes, of a nation shaking off the shadows of war and embracing a giddy, reckless optimism. It was in this whirlwind that Walt, along with his brother Roy, set out to make his mark. The world was hungry for entertainment, for escape, and animation was still a novelty, a magic trick of light and motion, but the road was far from smooth. His first studio, Laugh-O-Gram, collapsed into bankruptcy, leaving him with little more than a suitcase and a stubborn belief in his own ideas. He boarded a train to California with nothing but a handful of drawings and a dream, one that would take years and many stumbles to realize. The late 1920s brought both triumph and despair. Mickey Mouse emerged in 1928, a cheerful, resilient little character born out of necessity. Walt had lost the rights to his earlier creation, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and needed a new star. Steamboat Willie, with its synchronized sound, was a revelation, a spark in the dark that changed animation forever. But even as success began to find him, the world outside was unraveling. The stock market crash of 1929 plunged the nation into the Great Depression, a time of breadlines and shantytowns, where dreams often withered under the weight of survival. Yet in those lean years, people still sought solace in fantasy, in the laughter of cartoons, in the bright colors of Snow White. The first full-length animated feature, released in 1937, Walt's work became a refuge, a place where hardship could be forgotten, if only for an hour or two. The 1940s arrived with the storm of another world war, and Disney's studio, like so much of America, was swept into the effort. Artists who had once drawn fairy tales now illustrated training films and propaganda. The studio struggled, its finances stretched thin, its workforce depleted by the draft. Yet even in those difficult days, Walt never stopped imagining. He sketched plans for a future beyond the war, for a place where families could step into the stories he had spent years bringing to life. The idea of Disneyland was born in those years, a small, persistent thought that would one day grow into something vast. The post-war era brought a new kind of America. Suburbs sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Televisions flickered in living rooms, and families piled into station wagons for road trips under wide-open skies. It was a time of optimism, of baby booms and space races, of a nation rebuilding itself with a sense of boundless possibility. And in 1955, Disneyland opened its gates, a place where the past and future mingled, where castles stood beside rockets, where the ordinary world melted away into something brighter. Walt lived just long enough to see the first glimmers of another revolution, the 1960s, with its counterculture and civil rights marches, its moon landings and protests. He didn't live to see the world change as radically as it would, but he had always been a man who looked forward, who believed in progress, even when it moved in fits and starts. And so, as you let your thoughts drift, think of Walt not as a figure frozen in history, but as a man who moved through time, shaped by it, and shaping it in return. The world he knew was one of steam trains and silent films, of war and recovery, of black and white newsreels giving way to living color. Through it all, he carried that same sketchbook, that same stubborn hope, that same belief in the power of a good story. Perhaps that's the most comforting thought of all, that legends are not born fully formed, but are made moment by moment, year by year, in a world that is always changing around them. And just as the quiet hum of a train lulls you toward sleep, so too can history remind you that even the grandest dreams begin as whispers, as pencil strokes on paper, as ideas that refuse to fade. Let yourself rest now, carried gently by the rhythm of the past, knowing that even the most extraordinary lives are woven from the same threads as our own: hope, perseverance, and the quiet, unshakable belief that tomorrow holds something wondrous. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Walt Disney's influence on culture and society is like a slow-moving river, carving its way through the landscape of imagination, reshaping everything it touches. It didn't happen all at once, but gradually, softly, like the way twilight deepens into night. His work was more than just cartoons or theme parks. It was a way of seeing the world, a belief that stories could uplift, that dreams could be made real, and that even the simplest moments could be touched by magic. In the early days, when animation was still seen as a novelty, just a flickering diversion before the main feature, Walt insisted it could be something more. He believed in its power to tell stories as rich and moving as any live-action film, and so he poured himself into every frame, refining techniques, pushing boundaries, until the world had to take notice. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, his first full-length animated feature, was met with skepticism. Who would sit through an hour and a half of cartoons? But when it premiered in 1937, audiences were spellbound. The film didn't just entertain, it made people feel. The tenderness of Snow White singing to the birds, the whimsy of the dwarfs marching home from the mine, the genuine fear when the queen transformed into the witch. It all proved that animation could carry the weight of human emotion. Critics called it a masterpiece. And suddenly, the medium was elevated from mere children's distraction to true art. But Walt's influence wasn't just in what he created. It was in how he made others believe they could create too. He built studios where artists were encouraged to experiment, to take risks, to think beyond what had been done before. His team developed the multiplane camera, giving animation depth and dimension, making forests feel endless and castles loom in the distance. He brought in musicians and storytellers, blending sight and sound so seamlessly that the two became inseparable. And as his films grew in ambition, so did the world's understanding of what animation could be. Fantasia, with its swirling colors and classical music, was unlike anything audiences had seen. A symphony for the eyes, a dream given form. Some didn't understand it at first, but over time, it became clear that Walt wasn't just making movies. He was reshaping how people experienced art itself. Beyond the screen, his impact rippled outward, changing how society viewed childhood, family, and even the concept of leisure. Before Disneyland, amusement parks were often chaotic places, filled with thrill rides and sideshows, not designed with families in mind. But Walt imagined something different, a place where parents and children could step into a story together, where every corner was crafted with care, where even the trash cans were part of the magic. When Disneyland opened in 1955, it wasn't just a park. It was a new kind of shared experience, and felt like they had stepped into a memory, even if they'd never lived in a small town. They wandered through Sleeping Beauty's castle and believed, just for a moment, that fairy tales were real. Other parks tried to copy the formula, but none could quite capture the feeling, the warmth, the attention to detail, the sense that every visitor was part of something special. And then there was television, another frontier where Walt left his mark. At a time when TV was still finding its footing, he saw its potential to bring families together. The Disneyland TV show, later renamed Walt Disney's Wonderful World of Color, wasn't just a program, it was an invitation. Every week, he would step into living rooms across America, speaking directly to children and parents alike, sharing behind-the-scenes glimpses of his films, introducing new characters, and spinning tales of adventure and wonder. He made science exciting with shows like Man in Space, and history feel alive with dramatizations of frontier legends. In doing so, he shaped generations of viewers, teaching them that learning could be as thrilling as any cartoon. Perhaps most remarkable was how his work evolved with the times, yet never lost its heart. In the 1960s, as the world grew more complex, his films still carried that quiet optimism, that belief in kindness and perseverance. Mary Poppins, with its blend of live action and animation, felt both nostalgic and fresh, a reminder that joy could be found in everyday moments: a spoonful of sugar, a walk through the park, a song sung just because. Even as cultural tastes shifted, the essence of what Walt believed in endured. His stories weren't about escaping reality, but about finding the extraordinary within it. And now, decades later, his influence lingers like the gentle echo of a lullaby. The studios he founded continue to tell stories that captivate. Theme parks around the world carry on his vision of immersive wonder, and the very language of animation bears his fingerprints. But more than that, his legacy lives in the way people still speak of him, not as a distant icon, but as someone who felt real, who laughed and struggled and dreamed, just like anyone else. He showed that creativity isn't about perfection, but about persistence, about holding onto that spark of imagination, even when the world doubts. So as you drift toward sleep, think of the countless children who have fallen asleep clutching a Mickey Mouse plush, the families who have stood in awe beneath Cinderella's castle, the artists who picked up a pencil because they believed, just as Walt did, that stories matter. His impact wasn't loud or forceful. It was quiet, steady, like the turning of pages in a beloved book. And in that quiet, there is comfort, a reminder that the world can still be touched by wonder, that dreams can still take shape, one gentle stroke at a time. Let yourself settle into that thought now, carried by the knowledge that even the grandest legacies begin as simple ideas, as whispers in the dark. And just as his stories continue to unfold in new ways, so too can your own dreams find their footing, soft and sure, in the quiet of the night. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Long before the world knew his name, Walt Disney was just a boy with a sketchbook, filling its pages with drawings of farm animals and funny little characters. He grew up in the quiet town of Marceline, Missouri, where the slow rhythm of rural life shaped his imagination. There, he would lie in the grass, watching the clouds drift by, thinking up stories about the creatures he saw in their shapes. His first paid artistic job came when he was just 7. A neighbor offered him a few coins to draw a picture of her horse. Even then, there was something special in the way he saw the world, a kind of magic in the ordinary. One of the lesser-known stories about Walt begins in Kansas City, where he worked as a newspaper delivery boy for his father's paper route. The winter mornings were bitterly cold, and he would sometimes tuck newspapers inside his coat to keep them dry from the snow. To keep his spirits up, he would imagine little adventures unfolding around him, turning the quiet, pre-dawn streets into a stage for his daydreams. Later, he would say that those long, lonely walks taught him the power of perseverance, of pushing forward even when the path was hard. When he was a teenager, Walt tried to enlist in the army during World War I, but he was too young. Undeterred, he forged his birth certificate and joined the Red Cross instead, driving ambulances in France. The war was brutal, but even there, he found moments of lightness. He covered his ambulance with cartoons and sketches, little bursts of humor in the midst of hardship. It was a small thing, but it showed the way he carried creativity with him, like a lantern in the dark. After the war, he returned home and started his first animation studio, Laugh-O-Gram, in Kansas City. It was a humble beginning, just a few artists crammed into a tiny office, working long hours with little pay. They survived on cold beans straight from the can, laughing about their struggles as they drew. But when the studio went bankrupt, Walt didn't give up. One of the most defining moments in his early career came with the creation of Mickey Mouse. The story goes that on a train ride back from a disappointing business meeting, where he had lost the rights to his first successful character, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, Walt sketched a little round-eared mouse in the margins of his notepad. He called him Mortimer at first, but his wife, Lillian, thought the name sounded too pompous. She suggested, and so a legend was born. The first Mickey Mouse cartoon, Steamboat Willie Asterisk, was a gamble. Sound and animation was still new, and many in the industry thought it was just a passing fad. But Walt believed in it. He personally provided Mickey's high-pitched voice in those early years, standing in the recording booth while the animators matched the action to the sound. When the cartoon premiered in 1928, audiences were enchanted. The synchronization of music, sound effects, and animation felt like pure magic. Behind the scenes, Walt was known for his hands-on approach. He would often stay late at the studio, reviewing storyboards or offering suggestions to his animators. One animator recalled how, when struggling with a scene, Walt would sometimes act it out himself, hopping around the room to demonstrate how a rabbit should move, or pulling exaggerated facial expressions to show the emotion he wanted. He had a way of making the impossible seem possible, of convincing his team that they could bring the most fantastical ideas to life. Despite his success, Walt faced many setbacks. The production of Asterisk, Snow White, and the Seven Dwarfs nearly bankrupted the studio. Skeptics called it Disney's folly, insisting that no one would sit through a full-length animated film but Walt poured everything into it, even mortgaging his house to fund the project. When it finally premiered in 1937, the audience gave it a standing ovation. As the credits rolled, Walt slipped out of the theater unnoticed, sitting alone on a bench outside, quietly overwhelmed by what they had achieved. His love for storytelling extended beyond animation. During World War II, his studio produced training films for the military, using beloved characters like Donald Duck to teach soldiers everything from navigation to malaria prevention. It was a way to contribute, to use his art for something bigger. Later, he would turn his attention to television with shows like The Mickey Mouse Club and Walt Disney's Disneyland Asterisk, bringing his magic into living rooms across America. And then, of course, there were the theme parks. The idea for Disneyland began as a small notion, a place where parents and children could have fun together, free from the usual carnival chaos. He envisioned a park where every detail mattered, where the trash cans were painted to blend into the scenery, and the music shifted subtly from land to land. When Disneyland opened in 1955, it was far from perfect. The asphalt was still wet in places, and the crowds were overwhelming, but it didn't matter. People felt the magic. One of the most touching stories about Walt comes from the early days of Disneyland. He would sometimes walk through the park after hours, just observing. One night, he saw a custodian sweeping Main Street, whistling as he worked. Walt stopped and thanked him, not just for cleaning, but for adding to the atmosphere. To him, every employee was part of the story, helping to create the feeling of a place where dreams could come true. In his later years, Walt became fascinated with the future. He dreamed of building an experimental prototype community of tomorrow, EPCOT, a living city where new technologies could be tested and perfected. Though he never saw it realized in his lifetime, the idea lived on, a testament to his endless curiosity. Even in his final days, he was still sketching, still imagining. He kept a notepad by his hospital bed, jotting down ideas for new projects. The last thing he ever wrote was the name Kurt Russell, a young actor he had seen on television and thought showed promise. No one knows exactly why he wrote it. Perhaps a role he had in mind, or just a passing thought. It's a quiet, mysterious footnote to his story, a reminder that creativity never really sleeps. And so, as you drift off tonight, think of Walt not just as the man behind the magic, but as someone who believed in the power of dreams, even the small, quiet ones. The boy who drew horses for pennies, the young artist who refused to give up, the storyteller who changed the world one frame at a time. His legacy isn't just in the films or the parks, but in the way he showed us that imagination is a kind of courage, a gentle refusal to let go of wonder. And in that thought, there is comfort, a soft reassurance that dreams, no matter how impossible they seem, are always worth holding on to. as your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In his later years, Walt Disney moved through the world with the quiet confidence of a man who had already given so much, but still believed there was more to discover. His hair had silvered, his face lined with the years of laughter and labor, but his eyes still held that familiar spark, the same one that had once lit up when he first imagined a talking mouse or a castle at the end of a main street. By the 1960s, he had become more than a filmmaker or an entrepreneur. He was a storyteller who had shaped the childhoods of millions, a man whose name was synonymous with wonder, even as his achievements piled up the Academy Awards, the beloved films, the opening of Disneyland. His mind was always racing ahead. He would walk through his park, not just as its creator, but as its most attentive visitor, noticing the small things, the way a child's face lit up at the sight of a parade, the way the steam from the railroad curled into the California sky. He would make mental notes, jotting down ideas for improvements, for expansions, for new ways to make the magic feel real. It was this same restless imagination that led him to dream of EPCOT, a place where the future could be lived, not just imagined. He envisioned a city where people could reside, work, and experiment with new technologies, a utopian community where innovation would be woven into daily life. The idea was grand, almost impossibly so, but that had never stopped him before. He poured himself into the plans, sketching out monorails and modular homes, urban centers where the latest advancements would be tested in real time. To him, EPCOT wasn't just another project. It was a promise, a way to leave behind something that would keep evolving long after he was gone. But time, as it always does, moved forward without pause. In the autumn of 1966, he entered the hospital for what he thought would be a routine procedure. Even then, his mind didn't rest. His hospital room became another workspace, the notepad beside his bed filling with scribbles, names, concepts, fragments of ideas. And then, in one of those quiet, ordinary moments, he wrote down the name of a young actor, Kurt Russell. A fleeting thought, perhaps, or the seed of a story he would never get to tell. When he passed that December, the world mourned not just a man, but an era. Newspapers carried the news in somber tones. Children wrote letters to Mickey Mouse, as if the cartoon mouse himself might feel the loss. At Disneyland, the flags were lowered to half-mast, and the park fell silent for the first time since its opening. Cast members wept openly. Some guests did too. It was as if a light had dimmed, one that had been shining brightly for so long that people had forgotten what the world was like without it. But as the years unfolded, something remarkable happened. The magic didn't fade, it grew. His brother Roy, though heartbroken, made sure Walt's final dream, Walt Disney World, would open in Florida just as they had planned. The company pressed forward, guided by the principles he had instilled: storytelling first, innovation always, and an unshakable belief in the power of dreams. EPCOT, though not the living city he had envisioned, became a permanent part of the Disney legacy, a place where visitors could still glimpse the future he had imagined, and the films kept coming. The animators he had mentored, the writers he had encouraged, carried on the tradition, spinning new tales that would enchant generations. Mary Poppins, one of his last great productions, had already become a classic. Its songs hummed in households around the world. The Jungle Book, released after his passing, was a final gift, a reminder of the warmth and humor that had always been at the heart of his work. Perhaps the most enduring part of his legacy, though, wasn't in the things he built, but in the way he made people feel. Parents who had grown up with Snow White took their children to see The Little Mermaid. Grandparents who remembered the opening of Disneyland held their grandchildren's hands as they walked down Main Street for the first time. The stories he told became heirlooms, passed down like cherished family treasures. Even now, decades later, his presence lingers. In the way a certain chord from When You Wish Upon a Star can still bring a quiet comfort, in the way the fireworks over Cinderella Castle make grown adults feel like wide-eyed children again. In the way an old sketch of Mickey Mouse, rough and unpolished, reminds us that every great dream starts small, and in the end, that may be his greatest lesson. Not that he built an empire, but that he never stopped believing in the beauty of the attempt. The world is different because he dared to imagine it could be, and as you close your eyes tonight, you can almost picture him somewhere, still sketching, still dreaming, still whispering to the rest of us to keep believing in the magic. So let yourself drift, carried by the gentle rhythm of that thought. The stories will still be there in the morning, waiting like old friends. The castles, the characters, the music, all of it. A quiet promise that wonder never really fades. It just changes shape, like clouds shifting in the sky, or the soft glow of a firework dissolving into the night. And if you listen closely, you might just hear it, the distant whistle of a steam train, the rustle of a storyboard page turning, the faint, familiar laughter of a man who never stopped seeing the world as a place where anything was possible. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Walt Disney's legacy is like a quiet river constantly flowing, shaping the landscape around it, yet so familiar that its presence feels almost effortless. It's there in the way children still gasp when they first see Cinderella's castle, in the way animators today trace their inspiration back to the hand-drawn magic of Snow White, in the way storytellers of every kind remember that stories don't have to be just told, they can be lived. His influence stretches far beyond the movies and theme parks he built. It lingers in the very way we dream. Think of the animators who grew up watching Disney films, their young minds alight with possibilities. Hayao Miyazaki, the the legendary Japanese filmmaker, once spoke of how Disney's work opened doors in his imagination, showing him that animation could be art, not just entertainment. Studio Ghibli, the studio Miyazaki co-founded, carries that same spirit, whimsical, deeply emotional, unafraid of wonder. In films like Spirited Away or My Neighbor Totoro ***, you can feel the same reverence for storytelling, the same belief that even the smallest moments can hold magic. And yet, Miyazaki's stories diverge too, embracing ambiguity and quietness in ways Disney never did. It's not imitation, it's conversation. One artist speaking to another across time and culture. Then there are the dreamers who took Disney's tools and built something entirely new. Pixar, the studio that revolutionized computer animation, began with artists who adored Disney's classics but wanted to push further. John Lasseter, one of Pixar's founders, often spoke of how Disney's innovations in character animation inspired him. But then he and his team went on to create films like Toy Story and ***Up***, stories that balanced Disney's warmth with a modern, sometimes bittersweet honesty. The torch was passed, but it didn't stay the same. It grew brighter, took on new colors. Even beyond animation, Disney's fingerprints can be found in the way we experience stories today. Theme parks around the world owe something to Disneyland's original vision, a place where fantasy wasn't just observed, but stepped into. Universal Studios, Legoland, even immersive theater experiences like Sleep, No More ***, they all carry traces of that same desire to make stories tangible. Disney didn't just create attractions. He created a language of immersion, one that others have since expanded in ways he might never have imagined. And then there are those who challenged his legacy, not to erase it, but to reshape it into something more inclusive for all the joy Disney brought. His stories were products of their time, and many have rightly questioned their limitations, the lack of diversity, the sometimes simplistic morals. But rather than dismiss his work, a new generation of creators has taken those foundations and built upon them. Films like Mona ** and Encanto reflect cultures and voices that earlier Disney films overlooked, proving that the heart of Disney's magic, the belief in wonder, in resilience, in the power of family, can grow to include even more stories. Lin-Manuel Miranda, who brought his musical genius to ** Encanto ***, once said that Disney films taught him that songs could carry entire worlds inside them. Now he helps carry those worlds forward, richer and more vibrant than before. The parks, too, have evolved. Once filled with princesses and fairy tales, they now welcome superheroes, space explorers, even the lush, mythic landscapes of Avatar ***. Disney's original vision was never meant to stay frozen. It was meant to breathe, to adapt. The Disney of today isn't just his dream anymore. It's a living thing, shaped by countless hands, each adding their own stitch to the tapestry. And perhaps that's the most beautiful part of his legacy. It wasn't a monument, but a seed. The digital animators who now craft breathtaking visuals, the composers who weave new melodies into the Disney musical tradition, the Imagineers designing experiences that blend reality and fantasy in ways that would have seemed like science fiction in Disney's time. They're all part of the same endless story, even outside the company he built. Disney's spirit lingers in everyday moments. The parent reading a bedtime story with different voices for each character. The teacher using animation to make a lesson come alive. The community theater putting on a production of Beauty and the Beast asterisk. They are all keeping something alive. Something that goes beyond movies or merchandise. It's the simple, stubborn belief that stories matter, that joy is worth creating, that imagination isn't just for children. As the years pass, the world changes. New technologies emerge, new voices rise, new stories demand to be told, but some things remain. As the lights begin to twinkle, these are the things Disney gave us, and they haven't faded. They've only multiplied, like stars appearing one by one in the evening sky. So if you listen, really listen, you can still hear it, the hum of creativity that began with a man and a mouse and grew into something far bigger than anyone could have guessed. It's in the rustle of a storyboard, the click of an animator's pen, the laughter of a child watching Frozen asterisk for the first time. It's in the quiet determination of artists who still believe, as Disney did, that dreams are worth chasing, no matter how impossible they seem. Disney's legacy isn't just what he left behind. It's what we do with it. And the story, like all the best stories, is far from over. So rest now and dream. The magic isn't going anywhere. It's right here, waiting for the next chapter. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There are many stories about Walt Disney, some true, some half-remembered, and some that have taken on a life of their own, growing larger and more polished with each retelling. The man himself has become a kind of myth, a figure wrapped in nostalgia and the golden glow of childhood wonder. But like all myths, the truth is softer, slower, and more complicated than the legend suggests. One of the most persistent myths is that Walt Disney was a poor, struggling artist who clawed his way to success through sheer determination. While it's true, he faced hardships, bankruptcy, rejection, and the early loss of his first beloved creation, Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. His story wasn't one of rags to riches in the way we often imagine. He came from modest means, yes, but not poverty. His father was a stern and often struggling man, but the Disney family was never destitute. Walt's early years were shaped more by hard work and relentless curiosity than by desperate need. He didn't start with nothing. He started with something even more valuable, an endless imagination and a willingness to fail again and again until he got it right, Another common misunderstanding is that Walt Disney was the sole artist behind every sketch, every story, every frame of animation that bore his name. The truth is far more collaborative. Walt was a visionary, a storyteller who could see the bigger picture when others couldn't. But he was never the lone genius working in isolation. His early success with Mickey Mouse, for instance, depended heavily on the quiet brilliance of Ub Iwerks, the animator who actually drew Mickey's earliest incarnations with a fluidity and charm that brought the character to life. Walt was the one who recognized the magic in Iwerks' work, who pushed for sound in Steamboat Willie Asterisk, who understood how to make the world fall in love with a mischievous little mouse. But the myth of the solitary creator erases the contributions of so many others: animators, inkers, musicians, writers, who helped shape the Disney legacy. Then there's the idea that Disney was always a cheerful, grandfatherly figure, the kindly uncle of childhood dreams. The real man was more complex. He could be warm and inspiring, but also demanding, even harsh at times. He was a perfectionist who drove himself and his team relentlessly, sometimes to the point of exhaustion. He had a temper, though it rarely lingered. He was a man of contradictions, deeply sentimental, yet fiercely ambitious, nostalgic for a simpler past, while always racing toward the future. He wasn't just the smiling face in old photographs. He was a human being, flawed and brilliant in equal measure. Perhaps the most romanticized misconception is that Disneyland sprang fully formed from Walt's imagination, a perfect kingdom built in a single stroke of genius. The reality was messier, more uncertain. Disneyland was born from years of tinkering, of trial and error, of frustrating setbacks and last-minute fixes. Opening day in 1955 was famously chaotic. Rides broke down. Pavement melted under the California sun, and counterfeit tickets led to overwhelming crowds. Walt himself called it Black Sunday, a disaster that could have ruined everything. But he learned from it. He adjusted. He kept building. The park evolved, not because of some unshakable master plan, but because Walt was willing to keep refining his dream, making it better piece by piece. Even the stories we tell about his death have taken on a mythical quality. Some whisper that Walt Disney was cryogenically frozen, waiting to be revived in some distant future. The truth is far simpler and perhaps more poignant. He died of lung cancer in 1966, surrounded by family. The myth of his frozen body speaks to something deeper: our reluctance to let go of the man who shaped so many childhoods, who built worlds out of dreams. We want to believe he's still here, somehow, waiting to return and bring back the magic. And then there are the stories about the stories, the hidden messages in Disney films, the supposed dark origins of fairy tales, the rumors of scandal lurking behind the glittering facade. Some of these are playful myths, harmless fantasies. Others distort the truth beyond recognition. Disney's films were never meant to be perfect or pristine. They were products of their time, reflecting both the beauty and the blind spots of the eras in which they were made. To understand them fully, we have to see them as they were flawed, human, and still capable of wonder. The most overlooked truth about Walt Disney might be this: he never stopped being that young dreamer sketching cartoons in a tiny Kansas City studio. He carried that same restless curiosity with him all his life. From the earliest black and white animations to the grand experiments of Fantasia, Asterisk, to the sprawling promise of EPCOT, his unfinished vision of a better tomorrow. He wasn't a saint or a wizard or a frozen relic of the past. He was just a man who believed in magic and who taught the world to believe in it too. Disney's legacy isn't just what he left behind. It's what we do with it. And the story, like all the best stories, is far from over. So rest now and dream. The magic isn't going anywhere. It's right here, waiting for the next chapter. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Walt Disney's story is one of those rare tales that feels both deeply personal and endlessly expansive, like a constellation you can trace with your finger, yet never quite capture in its entirety. He was a man who turned small, flickering dreams into vast, glowing realities that still hum with life long after his time. As you settle deeper into the quiet of the night, let's wander together through the gentle echoes of his legacy, the way his name still whispers in the rustle of storybooks, the chime of laughter in theme parks, the hush of wonder in darkened theaters. Think of how it all began with nothing more than a pencil, a piece of paper, and an idea. A young boy sketching cartoons in Kansas, dreaming beyond the confines of his modest beginnings. Even then, there was something quietly extraordinary in the way he saw the world not as it was, but as it could be. His first creations wobbled to life in shaky black and white, but they carried the seeds of something timeless. Mickey Mouse, that plucky little figure drawn with such affection, became more than a character. He became a friend to generations, a symbol of joy so simple and pure that even now, his silhouette brings a smile. But Disney was never content to stop there. Every success was just a stepping stone to the next dream. Yet, when the music swelled and the dwarfs marched home singing, hi-ho, something shifted in the world of storytelling. It was proof that animation could carry as much heart, as much wonder, as any live-action film. And from there, the stories kept unfolding, each one a new doorway. Pinocchio, Bambi, Cinderella, Peter Pan tales that felt like they had always existed, just waiting for him to bring them to life. Yet Disney's genius wasn't just in the stories he told, but in the worlds he built around them. Disneyland, that original kingdom of dreams, was born from a father's wish for a place where families could play together, somewhere clean, safe, and shimmering with magic. He walked those streets before they even existed, imagining the laughter, the music, the way the fireworks would bloom over Sleeping Beauty's castle. Today, those parks have multiplied across the globe, but the heart of them remains the same, a promise that here, for a little while, the ordinary rules don't apply. Here, you can believe. And then there was television, where Disney's voice, warm, steady, endlessly curious, invited families into their living rooms every week. He spoke to children without talking down to them, to adults without losing the childlike twinkle in his eye. Even his forays into nature documentaries and futuristic visions like Tomorrowland carried that same sense of wonder, the same quiet insistence that the world was full of marvels, if only you knew where to look. Of course, his story wasn't without its shadows. There were struggles, failures, moments when the weight of his ambitions threatened to buckle him. The early days of animation were grueling. With long hours and tight budgets, the war years forced creativity in unexpected directions. And not every project met with instant acclaim. Some were misunderstood, others ahead of their time. But Disney had a way of turning setbacks into stepping stones. When one door closed, he simply imagined another, then set about building it himself. What's remarkable is how his presence lingers, not as some distant legend, but as a kind of guiding spirit. The Walt Disney Company has grown into an empire, yet it still carries his fingerprints, that blend of innovation and nostalgia, of cutting-edge technology and old-fashioned storytelling. With that same wide-eyed wonder, they're stepping into a dream he helped shape. But perhaps the truest testament to his legacy is how it lives beyond the screen, beyond the parks, in the quiet moments of inspiration. Artists who grew up sketching Mickey in the margins of their homework. Writers who learned the power of a well-told tale. He didn't just create entertainment. He created a language of hope, a way of seeing the world that refuses to settle for the mundane. So as you drift toward sleep tonight, think of all those threads still weaving themselves into the world. The animators bending over their light tables, the Imagineers sketching new attractions, the parents reading Disney stories to their children by lamplight. The magic didn't end with him, and as your breathing slows and the room grows softer around you, remember this: the stories will always be there, waiting for you in the morning. The music, the laughter, the happily ever afters. For now, just let go and dream. Walt Disney's world was built on dreams, after all. And somewhere, in the quiet of the night, the next one is already beginning. Sleep well. The magic will be here when you wake.